Hello and good evening. All right, sweet. My audio is good. Happy Monday, everyone. It is that time for the first, it's not the first Monday of the month, but for the first Mass Effect Monday of 2025. So this will be open to anyone who wants to join me, as usual. So I had 3 people say they wanted to play. I know one said he'll be here in a little bit. I don't know where the other 2 are. But we'll go ahead and get started here in a few minutes. And they are welcome to join when they get here. And if there's anyone out there who wants to join before that, you are welcome to join as well. Just let me know, and I can add you to the chat room. So, happy Monday. I hope you all had a good day today. I had a pretty good one. Got some stuff taken care of. Got some more trash cleaned up. I've been doing some New Year's cleaning, and it's been good to get a lot of more space at my place. Got rid of a lot of trash. So, so we're gonna be playing some Mass Effect. And all right, well, let's see here. Let's go ahead and get in the call. Not that anyone's there yet. All right, we're in the call. I can't test the call audio because there's no one in there besides me yet. But let's go ahead and do this, and preemptively, that should fix it so that when someone joins in, they will be here as well. So, all right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and go to Mass Effect. All right. Cool. All right. And, where is... It's not in front of... There we go. Now, as people join, you can see the little icons and see who's talking when. I think it was Fractured Filter that showed me this at the end of last Mass Effect Monday, which would have been back in November. So I've been looking forward to testing that out. And, so everyone can know who's talking when. So... All right, so if anyone is not familiar, at the bottom here you can see challenge levels. So at those tip amounts, you can give me challenges on that difficulty level, and you can tell me to use a certain gun, do it with a certain character, don't use certain powers. You tell me what to do, and I will do whatever you issue me on the difficulty specified by the tip amount. So if you want me to do melee only, then I'll go around and I won't use anything with melees. So something along those lines. It is up to you to determine how I play. So the last few times so far, all it's been is people asking me to commentate the match as a certain character, which has been pretty hilarious. That was not the intended idea, but so far that's what it's ended up. Although I have been issued to do a couple I don't know if it was a couple matches, but I know I did one match where that's where it all started. Was someone issued me a challenge to play a match in all pink, so I had to change my character all pink. And then in that match, I was talking like a girl, and so the next person tipped, they said, commentate the next match as Mickey Mouse. And so I commentated the next match as Mickey Mouse. So... If you want me to attempt to do a voice, I will attempt it. One time I was asked to sing. I don't really do singing. But if you want me to attempt to speak like someone, I can't tell you I'll do a very good job at it. But I will attempt. But the idea is you challenge me to something in the game on how I actually play the game. So they have led to some pretty hilarious outcomes. So with that, while we're waiting... if you want to join, since I've got no one joining yet, you are welcome to join me until those who've signed up show up. So if you want to join, go ahead and let me know. Oh, let's see here. The chat is on top, or is behind. Let's see here. Let's move the chat in front. No. There it is. This. There we go. All right. Thank you, Stream Elements bot. Nope. So, why don't we go ahead and get started? Right now, I am playing the PC version because that is what my guests said that they wanted to play. But if they don't show, maybe I'll switch over to the Xbox version. But we'll go ahead and get started. And fingers crossed we don't have any crashes like last time. So, all right. Sure, why don't we go ahead and start off with Fury? I haven't played much Fury lately. And let me know how my audio is versus the game audio. I have a feeling that my audio is pretty loud because I'm not even talking that loud and it's peaking red. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. There, that should be a little bit better. Hopefully I'm not peaking. But let me know if I need to turn the game audio up. It's pretty low, but it's the same level it was last time. So it should be around the same, but that seems... I'm going to turn it up a little bit. But yeah, if you're out there, let me know how the audio is, and I will adjust as needed. Alright, so still just me. So we'll go ahead and get started, but you're welcome to join if you want. Just let me know. And it is open to everyone. Is there really no one playing right now? On silver? Or at least a silver match that has an open spot? I find that unlikely. Should find one pretty much immediately. There's seriously no bronze matches either? Okay. Yeah, full party. Two juggernauts. These guys are all very low. Although, the points don't really count for much because I'm very low on the PC version as well. So, on Xbox, your points level means a lot more than it does on PC. This location has been overrun. We need you to alrighty. Hello, Monkey Chunkin. Dash Rendar. Ooh, you're cool. And Dragon Stallion. Alright. Oh, you are here. Why did... That shit biotic exploded. Why is that not biotic exploding like it's supposed to? I like to hear it go boom. Enemy forces down to 1. That's all of them. Good work. Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. Enemy force approaching. Come on, dang it. About to explode. What the heck? There we go. Why is it just killing with throw? Are they that weak that they don't even survive long enough for the biotic explosion to detonate? Wow. Two juggernauts on bronze. That's it's like a juggernaut on like gold or platinum is great, but on bronze, that's you don't need that. Come on! Biotic explode! Why do you keep dying from throw? That's not what I went to do. Thank you. Biotic explosions, that's more like it. Any more? Ladders are for chumps when you're a biotic. Hey, Vanquish, what's up, buddy? Good evening. My crew that said they wanted to play aren't showing up, so if you want to hop in and join, you are welcome to. Well, I mean, we got a full party right now, but on the next one. Why did you use a missile? That was retarded. It was like nothing. It was like two Nemesi. Used a missile on that. That is ridiculous. So, hope you're doing well this Monday evening. I've been meaning to pick up Mass Effect 3 on PC, missed last sale. Oh, bummer. Yeah, definitely don't pay full price for it since it's almost 13 years old. But yeah, it often goes on sale for $8. I will remind you next time it goes on sale. I'll say, hey, buy it so you can play next Mass Effect Monday. It is on Game Pass Ultimate on the Xbox version, if as well, because it's on EA Play. And EA Play is part of Game Pass Ultimate, if that means anything to you. How'd you get up there? I think I just killed all 4 of them with 2 biotic explosions. That was nice. Promise next time on sale, pick it up. Funny enough, I picked up Andromeda. You got Andromeda, but not ME3. I might do a Mass Effect Andromeda night at some point, just for the fun of it. The combat is pretty great. It's just the characters in it aren't as good as the characters that they added in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. But I played a couple hundred hours of Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. I hadn't even thought about it, but maybe one time I'll do a Mass Effect Andromeda Mass Effect Monday. Just for the shiggles. Stop repairing the Atlas, you jackass! Stupid engineer kept refilling the health. Andromeda does have multiplayer. Yep, it's just like this one, except you're more mobile because you have like a jump pack. So there's verticality to it as well. You can jump on top of buildings and stuff. It's pretty good. That's like the thing that Andromeda has going for it. The combat is pretty great. But they had 0 post-launch support for it, whereas Mass Effect 3 was supported for at least a year, if not 2. They kept releasing more multiplayer DLC for free, new maps, new characters. Andromeda didn't get anything. There was even a story DLC that was planned, the Quarian arc, and it just got scrapped. So there was what came out on it for Andromeda at launch is all there was. Other than it got some patches to make it, because it was pretty glitchy, from what I hear. I didn't play it until about a year after it came out. But there was 0 post-launch support in adding new content, just fixing what was in the game at launch. That's about all it got. But yep, it has a pretty... It had more... Andromeda's multiplayer was more fleshed out than Mass Effect 3's multiplayer when it launched. But Mass Effect 3 got more post-launch. So... I don't know if there's a PC version of Andromeda, though. I would assume there is, but I only have the Xbox version of Andromeda multiplayer. Sorry, yes, the Andromeda. Really? Why did that dark channel not switch to that engineer when he was right next to it? Yeah, no one's gone down. I mean, it is only bronze, but still. Eat biotics! Hey! I hadn't done Giant yet. I just unlocked the Steam achievement. Huh, I'm surprised I hadn't played Giant yet. You bunch of noobs. I smoked you. No, I don't want to leave multiplayer. I am sad. My crew said that they wanted to play, has not shown up. I should only be down one person because they said they'd be here in an hour or two. But the other two said they wanted to play. And they are not here. Man, what is up with this? Can't find matches? This is ridiculous. I don't even have this much trouble finding matches on Xbox. I figured PC would probably have the biggest player base, since it's the moddable version. What is this? Yes, shame them. They said they wanted to play, and they are not here. One of them even signed up last night. The other one said they wanted to play, but that was when I put out the post in like December. So, or yeah, like a month ago. And I asked them yesterday, hey, you still good for tomorrow? And I haven't heard back yet. So I have a feeling they're not going to join. Tonight, I usually have no problem not finding matches, because I rarely ever search for matches on Xbox, because I almost always have at least one person with me, and then randoms will filter in and out. But I rarely ever have trouble having randoms come in and out on Xbox. But on PC I wouldn't be searching for matches if I had my buddy, the people who signed up here with me. But since no one's here, I'm searching for a match. And this is odd. Compared to Xbox, I search for a match, and whenever I do search for a match, I almost always find one on bronze or silver, like almost immediately. However, most of the time I'm playing is on Friday and Saturday night, so it's probably a little bit busier. So take that into account. But yeah, as of tonight, Xbox matches are easier to find than PC matches. So we'll go ahead and start, and it's set to public so randoms can filter in if they want.
This location has been overrun. We have multiple hostiles in this zone. Get in there and take them out.
Yeah. Stop intercepting it, you. Yeah, see, there we go. Got a random. N7 fix. Ooh, you're a 21 as well. And you're N7. I hope you don't suck. But so far, I like your tag. You got N7 in it and the number 21.
Outstanding work. Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload.
Oh, that's right. I don't have...
Here they come.
I need to glitch my characters so I can get bonus powers. My collector's way better on Xbox than he is on here. Where did you come from? I don't have armor-piercing ammo. I'm used to being able to shoot through the walls as my destroyer. Oh, that was quick. Ow. I hate your smoke. I can't see. I'm just shooting into the void, hoping to hit something. She just ran in front of that and got killed by it. That was funny. Hey, Paul, what's up? Good evening, buddy. My crew that said they were going to join me tonight, no one's joined. So if you want to join me, I got 3 open spots. I'm flying solo, and this is a lot... I mean, I love this game, but it's a lot more fun with friends. But it's not a game that you need friends to have fun, like Borderlands. Where's the object? Oh. Whoa, what the? Go over the wall! Ah, he got it. Alright. I would join, but I don't own the game, and I'm about to start work. Ah, okay, fine. I guess making money is a good excuse to not play video games. So when I let everyone know back in December when the next one would be, JT Epsilon signed up, and I messaged him yesterday saying, hey, you still good? And I haven't heard back from him. So, oh, we got a full party, though, of randoms. And then last night, BD Jake showed up. He's like, hey, I want to play. And I was like, all right, you're in. And I haven't heard, he said he was going to, and I haven't heard from him yet. Winter Prince said that he's going to play, but he won't be able to be here for like an hour or so. So he's the only one to let me know that like he will be here, just not yet. No! No! God dang it, you freaking piece of crap! Why do you do this, Mass Effect? God, the PC... I've never had this happen on the Xbox version. I played it for 1,000 hours. I played like 60 hours on Steam, and it's crashed on me like 5 or 6 times. What the hell? Yeah, you go get him, Paul. God dang it, you piece of crap. Why do you just crash in the middle of a match for no freaking reason? Maybe I'll just switch over to the Xbox version. until others show up. I don't have these stupid crashing problems on Xbox. PC Master Race my ass. I thought we only saw this on Dude Souls. No actual raging yet. We're only on bronze, so unlikely. We play silver or gold, then possibly. Come on, hurry up! Oh, I wonder if I can get back into the match I just dropped out of. What was it? Glacier... Yeah. Nope, not great. It was... Glacier, Cerberus, Bronze. Let's see if my spot is still open. Should have joined already. I bet your random took it. Although I was the host, so maybe everyone left after I got dropped out. God, freaking piece of crap. See if there's any bronze matches available. No bronze matches. Jeez. I want to finish that one. Good thing I didn't use any... Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I've got a crapload of consumables on PC. It's the Xbox version where my consumables are more scarce because I don't have unlimited money. Let's try this again. Hey, Paul, how is my volume versus the game? Is the game too quiet? Should I turn it... How are the audio levels? I have a feeling that the game volume is too low, but you'll have to let me know. Because it sounds good in my headphones, but what the volume that I hear is very different than what you hear on the stream side. Game is quiet. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, grab cover kill. Oh, do I get another one? Oh, 2 in a row. Oh, it's Christmas came early. I rarely ever get cover kills. Alright, let me turn... Oh, I can't use the mouse. Alright, PC. Alright. I turned it up a few dBs. Let me know if I should still turn it up more. Or what? Just stand there and die. That works for me.
Enemies down. Good shooting. Enemy is still active. Stay alert. The enemy has established a communication array. Your mission is to find and disable the target.
Oh, crap. This is the worst one to do solo. I got no one to cover me while I'm hacking. And I'm kind of a squishy character. This might not go over so well.
Device disabled.
If they aren't too close together, the hack points, then we should be okay. But if they spawn them very close together, then that never turns out too well. Hey, I got a random. I'm gonna need them because this is not a good spot. Look at that, 3 cover kills in one match. Come cover me, Paladin. X78. Alright, we should be good. Not the button I meant to push. Really? Oh, come on. Oh, you know what? I should use Ascension mode since we're only playing on bronze. I never use Ascension mode. But we're playing on bronze, so why not? Really, Paladin? What are you doing? You got a Revenant, don't you? That's a good... Yeah, you're using a Revenant. That's a good gun. What? How did you miss? I hit the wrong target. Oh, Hey, we got another random. There's also a Juggernaut.
That's all of them. Good work. Enemy forces at half strength. Intel would identify some key enemy personnel in the area. Find those targets, pick them out.
Really? Stupid smoke.
Target in play. The target's confirmed dead. Enemy target has been marked.
Really, Paladin? You are terrible. That Dark Channel just killed like 4 guys. They all had low health.
Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. Enemies inbound.
I hear an Atlas. Oh, wow. I didn't get a chance to use my Dark Sphere. Because he died too fast. Really? Oh my god, stop missing when I'm locked on!
All clear. Good work. Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. Bogies incoming.
Oh, you're using a Mantis. No wonder why you're dying. Wow, that was really freaking short. My Ascension mode didn't even run out.
Here they come.
Hey, Monkey Chunkin is back. Oh, really? I didn't get that kill even though I did all the damage? Lame.
Top marks, team. Stay alert. Enemy is regrouping.
Oh.
An N7 job went bad, but their drone survived. Recover its data and get out of there. Stay close so your friendly drone keeps it alive. The drone lost connection. Get back to it.
Look, I didn't get the kill again even though I did all the damage. You suck. You Stop stealing with your Geth Spitfire. You shoot weak bullets too fast.
Some fine work, team. Enemy is still active. Stay alert. Rendezvous at LZ for extraction.
Aw. I didn't get any part of that Atlas.
LZ spotted. Get going. Shuttle ready for extraction. Time's running out. Team secured. Some fine work, team.
Any day now. Y'all a bunch of chumps. Oh, someone left. And 2 people left. That's just Monkey Chunkin and I. Is Monkey Chunkin going to will he stay or will he go? Da 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 da. Ah, he's a noob. He's only a level 6. It's a Shuriken 1. That gun is trash. Get on my level. Let's see what I do with. I think he's omnicapacitors. Yeah. I do like your name though, even though you're a noob. Oh, Now that I've gotten revenge on Cerberus, on Glacier, after my game crashed. All right.
Strategically sensitive location identified. Area's uncontrolled. Lock it down. Copy that. Gas troopers!
Ooh, Geth. That's perfect for the Paladin. Then every ability I use combos. I cryo exploded him with my shield. That was great.
Our signal boosters established planetside are offline. Locate those devices and get them going.
Really? Why don't you hack it since I'm better than you? Your attacks aren't even hitting them. Oh, really? No, revive him, you idiot. That was dumb. My shield should have protected you. Now, I'm gonna die. Kill this hunter! Kill this hunter before he kills me! Oh my god! Learn target priority, you idiot! The hunter in front of me is the biggest threat! God, what an idiot. Really? Fine. I'll cover kill you. Oh, where's the next target? Sniped him with my Talon. Lol. A Talon is a close-range weapon. It's basically a pistol shotgun. Or a shotgun pistol.
Bogeys incoming. Copy that.
Aw, dang it.
Stay alert. Enemy is regrouping. Enemies approaching.
Ow. Jute your missile. Kaboom! Combo breaker!
We have some enemy persons of interest in your area. Contact! Locate the targets and terminate. Acknowledged.
You think you're safe up there? What? Choo-choo. And incinerate you, Scott, man. Ah, wrong button.
approaching. Gas prime!
Oh, did they meta? They did meta gel. What the heck was that? Kaboom.
Enemy force approaching.
Yeah, that's what I call combos. Explosions galore.
Enemy is still active. Stay alert.
I'm tripling your score, you noob.
Enemies inbound.
I'm coming, please don't get executed. Dang it, you got executed. Or he bled out. Ah, you got executed. Dang it. Fine, I'll use a consumable. Oh, crap, where did you come? Really? You suck. Crap, 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 crap. God. God, that wave was freaking stupid. What? Thank you.
Down there. Enemy down. Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. You're looking for a military hard drive lost in this area. back to the extraction zone. Object has been recovered. Nice job. We have a crate of lost experimental explosives. Retrieve that object and bring it in.
Stop staggering me! God.
Outstanding. Get back to the evac zone.
No, lead them the other way. I don't want them coming down this way.
Get the object back to the extraction zone.
Oh, what the hell?
Member down. Find the object.
God,
Member down.
you whore. Where did you come from?
Get back to the evac.
No, get out of the way so I can go up the ladder. I've got the objective.
Squad member in trouble. You're a target. Get back to extraction zone. Object has been recovered. Nice job.
Really? Hey, Tech Explosions 3.
Stay alert. Enemy is regrouping. Shuttle inbound. Get to the LZ. Understood. Put him down.
God, for bronze, I'd use a stupid amount of equipment. Almost kept my triple score lead. Alright. Time to shred everything. I wish my crew would show up. You guys bailed on me. You shall be banished from the Mass Effect Guild. Just kidding. But I'm disappointed. Son, I am disappointed.
Mission objective is simple. We got multiple enemies spotted. Secure the area.
I was almost hoping for collectors. Since their swarms don't got crap on me. I have a feeling I'm going to have to revive Chunky Monkey a bunch. Oh. Shame on the Bailers. Yes, exactly. Shame on them! And we got a dolphin porn peddler over on Kick. About the only thing that ever comes from Kick. My missile turns you into a fine red mist.
Clean sweep. Well done. Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. There are key enemy personnel in the area. Locate the targets and terminate.
Oh, targets. That's the best one.
Target taken out. Enemy target has been
Lol. You're right. Shields are like paper to my gun.
Target is still active. Get going. Target is down. More target. Go get him. Targets are down. Mission accomplished.
That was a lot of smoke grenades. They just dropped like 5 of them. Oh, that's too thick? That's unusual. Usually if I can see their box, I can shoot them. Kaboom! Blow your heads off with my piranha.
Time to reload. Bogeys incoming.
Are you using the Predator pistol? That's arguably the worst gun in the game. Hey, we got... Oh. Yeah, we did. Monsieur Meow. I hope you're not French. For Carl's sake, even though he's not here. In lieu of Carl not being here, I will, by de facto, be racist against the French. Someone's got to do it. We get another random? No, just 3 of us.
Enemies inbound.
I hear Atlas. No! What the hell? God dang it, Mass Effect. Stop freaking crashing on me, you piece of crap! God freaking dang it. Literally, as it crashes, Winter Prince is like, hey, I'll be there soon. Why do you crash so much, you worthless piece of crap? Holy shnikes. So I'm just Googling if anyone else has this crashing, and the first thing comes up is a Reddit post. Someone's got a 13th gen i9, which is a little better than mine. I've got a 12th gen i7. And they have 128 gigs of RAM. Dear Lord. I have 32? How much RAM do I have? Do I have 64? No, I got 32. I have 4 times the amount of RAM I have. Jeez. I'm sick of this game freaking crashing. So I can't go more than 2 matches without it crashing. God, you freaking suck. If Winter Prince wasn't joining, then I'd switch over to Xbox. This is freaking pissing me off. Let's see my slot. Oh, this time I can rejoin my match, but I lost my consumables. What? Why did it search and like found one immediately, but instead of taking me into a match, it created its own lobby? What the heck was that? Take me into the match that matches those parameters. Don't start a new lobby. I said search, not create lobby. Didn't I? I swore I said search. We're fighting Cerberus, yeah. Hey, I kept my score! Don't know how that's possible, but I'll take it. And Paladin's here. Oh joy. Really? You're down already? That's perfect. They're lined up, so my bullets went through both of them. Ah, frick. Combat engineer. No, I got taken down by a turret. I can hear it right now. And the turret got Elkis as well. Don't get down by the turret while reviving me. Where's the turret? There it is. I killed him through that box. Hey, we got a full party of randos. Hey, Snapple's here. What's up, Snapple? Good evening, buddy. I've had no one... I had a full party sign up, but no one has joined me yet. And I've already been going an hour and a half. So if you want to hop in and join, you are welcome. Well, after this match is over. All the people who signed up have abandoned me. Those flakers. At least one person responded and let me know that they're gonna be late. But yeah, the other two, no word. And one of them even signed up last night, and they're not here. Never played Mass Effect before, though. As Craig said, it's my blind spot in gaming. Well, it's never too late to start. And you don't have to have any experience at all to play the multiplayer. You can hop right in immediately after launching the game. But you need to fix that. Greatest trilogy ever in video games. If you haven't have Game Pass, well, I'm playing on Steam right now, but the Xbox version is part of Game Pass Ultimate via EA Play, which I'm about to switch over to because the game's already crashed 2-3 times tonight. It's pissing me off. I never have that problem on Xbox, but the PC version crashes all the freaking time. No! Oh my gosh, she almost executed me. I have no idea how she didn't. I got sucked into her execution move, and by the grace of God, I got saved somehow. I have no idea how. But oh my goodness, thank you for not screwing me over with that whore's sword.
Squad member offline.
Yeah, you go get him. I'll take care of these guys. Good job, Fate Lifts. Taking one for the team, and then they return the favor by reviving you when you went down. That's the way to go. I can't see anything because of stupid freaking Cerberus smoke. Shoot aimlessly and hope I hit something. Why are there... Oh, I'm out of ammo. What's the... Oh, so the challenge levels... Well, you know, you've tipped me for the challenge levels, so... if you want me to play with a certain character or use a certain ability only or don't use guns or melee only, something along those lines, I will do whatever you challenge me to at the difficulty of the tip amount. But that's... I mean, you essentially started it with the whole Mickey Mouse thing. That wasn't the intended idea. The intended idea was to challenge me to do stuff in-game. But Mickey Mouse was all you're doing. Or, I'm pretty sure it was you're doing. Or was it Jonathan Davis's? I thought it was you. But yeah, the idea is that you challenge me to do something in-game, and I'll attempt your challenge at whatever difficulty you tip the amount of. But... if you want me to challenge me to do something else, I will try my best. But no singing. I'll do it. As you know, I will attempt to do impersonations. They may be terrible, but I will attempt. But I won't do really singing. That's not my thing. Hey, dude's here. Rumble Raid. What's up, dude? How goes Wind Waker? You beat it yet? Nah, I figured you probably haven't beaten it yet since I think you're doing like 100% playthrough on your first one, but hope your stream went well and appreciate the raid. Die! Oh my goodness, look at how much health I have. I can't believe I did not go down. That was nuts. I'll tip you to crash the game again. Well, that's not something I can do. I can close the game, but I can't crash the game. It does that all on its own. Just finished the Earth Temple. Okay, I vaguely remember that. As I said, I haven't played Wind Waker since it came out 20 plus years ago, but I vaguely remember the Earth Temple. But cool. I will most likely be playing Wind Waker at some point this year for Carl's challenge. Oh, we got... Oh. Fate Lift seems to know what's up.
Enemy forces down to 1.
He's got a Wraith. Come on, give me the kill through the wall. Give me the kill through the wall. No, wall's too thick.
Enemy is regrouping.
But, oh, I don't have the armor-piercing ammo on since the game crashed. I didn't re-equip my consumables. I might have been able to shoot through the wall if I had the armor-piercing ammo on top of my heavy barrel. I did have people lined up, and 2 of them bailed on me. The third is coming. He's just late. He'll be here. I just saw him go live, so he's probably going to be joining me in just a moment. I didn't realize he was going to be streaming on his channel, too. But yeah, I should have had a full party tonight. But 2 people abandoned me. And 1 person even signed up just last night and then didn't show. For shame. The other one signed up back in like early December, and I don't think he's been online because I messaged him, and I haven't heard a peep back from him since yesterday when I messaged him. So he probably totally forgot. And has just been offline would be my guess. But I got someone sign up last night, and they didn't show.
Hello?
Hey, there he is! Oh, it doesn't show... Let's see here. Let's disable that. There we go. Now you can see the full name on the... Good evening, Winter Prince.
What's
Glad somebody made it. The other 2 bailed on me, and without a peep.
What, are they not showing up?
Yeah, no, I had a sign up, and I had a full room, and... The other 2, I haven't heard a peep from.
Huh.
They flaked on me.
I didn't realize there was a 4th person that was joining. I
Well,
knew about Jake, and I put his name in my title already.
Yeah, he signed up last night and didn't show up.
Oh, all right.
The other ones, the other one who signed up first was signed up like early in December, so they probably forgot, and I guess he's just been offline. Because I haven't heard from him. But Jake signed up last night and then didn't show.
Well, I'm in multiplayer mode and waiting, but I don't know what to do here. I've made my character, and now I see quick match, create new match, all that jazz.
I gotta remember how to invite you. Oh, you know what? Let's see here. There we go. First, I need to add you on EA Play Origin whatever. Do you? I'm assuming you have a EA Origin whatever user.
Yeah.
Is this Winter Prince?
So
Winter Prince? There you are. I found you. All right.
Did you?
Yes, I just sent you a friend request. Once you've accepted it, then
yes,
I can invite you. So, let's see here. Then I go invite. Check mark. Invite. There you go. You should have gotten an invite. Typically, it's just hold tab until the bar fills up and you should join.
I've got Orangitis in my chat asking what we're playing. Orange, are you not familiar with Mass Effect?
Hello, Orangitis. Yeah, this is, nobody else showed up, so we got 2 open slots if anybody wants to join. I don't know if your chat can hear me or not. Or your stream can hear me, but if they can't, you can let them know that we got 2 open slots if anyone wants to join us.
You can hear Neo, right, Orange?
Yeah, let me know if you can hear me.
My OBS is telling me that your voice is being heard.
Okay.
We can hear you, he says.
Cool. Yeah, as long as you got your OBS to capture the Discord audio, then they should be able to hear me as well. So yeah, open if anyone wants to join. We got 2 open slots. We are playing the Steam/EA Origin version of Mass Effect 3. And you don't ever have to have played a single minute of it. You can hop into multiplayer and hop right into a match. You're not going to have very good equipment, but we can change that by playing some matches and get you money. And
I mean, we'll see. I had 3 packs available to me from the beginning, so
Go
who knows?
yeah, go ahead and open those up if you haven't already. If you really want to, because I've put like 1,000 hours in this in the Xbox version. I only got the PC version about a year ago, and so this game is almost 13 years old, so they don't monitor anymore. But on the Steam/PC version, there is a program called Cheat Engine, which is basically like a Game Shark, and you can give yourself unlimited money, so you can just buy tons of equipment. So that's what I've done on the Steam version. Why I have, despite having low stats, I have basically almost everything maxed out already.
I think it could be fun to work with old equipment. So is this I heard it was co-op. Is it like against other teams, or is it like Firefight in Halo?
It's like Firefight, but it's more closely like oh, I just blanked on the name. It's more like the Gears of War one than I would say Firefight. What's
I haven't played Gears of War.
Oh, I'm just blanking on it. What's the Gears of War co-op mode?
I played it once when I was a kid. I played the Versus with friends. I got my butt kicked because I didn't know what I was doing, and they were mean.
I hate Gears multiplayer, but Horde mode. Horde. I can't believe I just blanked on it. It's more like Gears' Horde mode than it is like Firefight. But yeah, it's.
I'll describe it. I'll describe it differently. Is it like an arena with a bunch of enemies, or is it like a path with a bunch of enemies?
No, it's like an arena. And yeah, right after I remembered it, dude's coming in on a Rumble saying Horde mode. Thank you, dude. But yeah, they're small maps, and enemies will spawn all over, and it's 10. So how it works is there's 10 waves, where a wave 11 is the extraction wave, and you have to stay alive for 2 minutes for the extraction to come pick you up. And the first 10 waves, each wave gets more difficult than the last. And on waves 3, 6, and 10, a random objective will appear, and you have to complete the objective in under a certain amount of time. The faster you complete the objective, the more money you get. You don't get any money from completing the non-objective waves, but by completing the objective waves, that's where you get your money that you can spend on your loot boxes at the end in order to get better equipment. So there are 4 factions of... Well, first off, there's 4 difficulties. There's bronze, silver, gold...
Hold that thought for a second. Is it supposed to be taking this long to join game?
It should not. But... I've been having issues tonight. Let me. I'm gonna close my lobby and I'm gonna create another one and see if that helps, because I just sometimes
give me one second.
Drop.
Dad needs to talk.
Yeah, sometimes when you complete a match and you send an invite to someone, it can have trouble. So let me recreate a new match lobby, and that might help.
Yeah. I'm just stuck in the joining game thing at the moment. I can't do anything.
All right, let me try. Oh, that's not what I want.
So, sorry, I was also going to, because my dad told me last night he's going to need my help with like the dog and some other things tonight. So I'll try to be around as much as I can be.
No worries.
And it's like I already planned something else for tonight. But I was gonna say I have played Mass Effect 3, but it's been a hot minute.
Okay.
Randomly leveled up, but yeah, I might need a minute to figure out my controls. We'll see.
No worries. So just to give you, if it's been a long time since you played, just to give you crash course on the multiplayer. So I gave you the gist of it. There's 4 difficulties: bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Well, if you haven't played in a long time, I'll probably just start out with bronze. There are 4 enemy factions. There's Geth, which are the robots. There are there's Cerberus, which are basically the brainwashed human faction. That's the one I was just fighting on that last match.
I remember who that is.
There are the Reapers, which, I mean, the Reapers are, the
big bads.
The big bads throughout the whole trilogy, but it wasn't until Mass Effect 3 that you actually fought any Reapers in, like, ground-based combat. They basically...
No, that was Mass Effect 2. Technically.
What, because were there brutes? Like brutes and cannibals and banshees, those all were introduced in Mass Effect 3.
I was just thinking of the big boss at the end.
Oh, yeah, like the Reapers themselves have been around since the beginning of the trilogy, but the actual like Reaper ground forces, you never actually fought any Reaper forces on foot until Mass Effect 3.
Gotcha.
But they take existing races and corrupt them. Like the cannibals, I believe, I didn't even know this until just recently, are corrupted Batarians. The Ravagers are corrupted Rachni. The Husks are obviously corrupted humans. Brutes are Krogan bodies with Turian heads. Marauders are just Turians. And Banshees are corrupted Asari. Specifically, Ardite Yakshis. And then the final faction, which wasn't in the multiplayer when the game released, and they added it later on, and is by far the hardest faction, that is the Collectors. Those obviously were in Mass Effect 2.
Yeah. They were in Mass Effect 2, and then they never came back.
Yeah, they weren't in Mass Effect 3 campaign, but they showed up in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and they are the worst faction. So, difficulty...
It's taking a while to join... Well, the loading thing stopped, but it still says joining game.
Still joining. All right. How about you go ahead and create a lobby, and you send me an invite. See if that works.
I'll try. At the moment, it's not letting me do anything.
But, yes. So, difficulty-wise, bronze, silver, and gold are all play the same, just obviously the more difficult. Platinum, though, will introduce the other factions, so you'll end up fighting 3 of the 4 factions all at the same time. It gets really nuts. But you have to
reboot the game to get out of this.
Possibly.
Alright, rebooting, I guess.
And you do have your 6 classes. You got Adept, Vanguard, Infiltrator, Sentinel, Soldier, and... what am I missing here?
You did say
Engineer.
classic Mass Effect 3, right? Not the remake?
Yeah, there is no multiplayer in the Legendary Edition. It's only in the original release.
Which is a crying shame.
Yeah, I would have happily started from scratch if they had brought it back. I essentially whine about it.
I mean, it works because I only have the classic one.
Yeah, it still blows my mind that the money-hungry company that is EA didn't just copy-paste into the Legendary Edition and make more money. They're like, no, the one time I want you to be money-hungry and, take my money, and they're like, nah, we're good. It's like, you didn't have to do anything. Just port it into the Legendary Edition and make more free money. And they didn't. I don't understand. It baffles me. But anyways, you start out with just the human, male or female. Their abilities are the same on each of the 6 classes, but as you unlock more stuff, you'll unlock additional characters in each class. There are, let's see here. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 10 additional characters in each class, and they all have, unlike the campaign where you pick your powers, in the multiplayer, it has set abilities, and you have to pick where you want to distribute your skill points.
Okay, so do quick match?
No.
Match or create new match?
Yeah,
I'm assuming create new.
Go ahead and create a match. Quick match is if you want to search for an existing match. And
private team, right?
Yeah, select private, and then whatever else doesn't matter, because you can change those once you get into the lobby. And you basically start with the beginner gun.
Letting it choose location and enemy at random increases experience, huh?
Yes, you will get bonus XP if you leave it random, which is what I do most of the time, even though once you're maxed out, XP is pointless. But while you're building your characters up, it helps a little bit. Because you don't level each character, you level each class. So if you get a class, like, let's say Soldier to level 20, and you unlock a new character in the... Once you get all 5 regions of the galaxy to 100%, then you also get a 5% bonus XP, which also helps you level up faster. But You gotta play it somewhat regularly to keep that at 100%. But the speed that it decays is like ridiculously slower on PC than it is on Xbox. I haven't played the PC version in like a month, and I've only lost like 15%. Whereas if I go a month without playing it on Xbox, I lose like 30 or 40%.
I sent you the invite. Did you see it?
Oh, it doesn't show up on my main monitor. It shows up on the others. Let me see if I can even accept it after the fact.
I can send it again.
Yeah, go ahead and send it again because I don't see anything. There it is.
Just did.
Accept. There we go. All right, it's loading. Go away. I don't. There we go. All right. I'm assuming got farther than you did because I just selected my character, so I should be loading into your lobby here in just a moment. This is also good because if the game crashes again, then you'll be the host, so it won't crash for you. It'll only crash for me. Oh no! You're right, dude. My internet is crapping out. It's turned red. Although the numbers are... Nope. I was like 5,000, 3,000, 0, 5,000, 1,200.
Reminds me of my days in Overwatch. What do you think, assault rifle or shotgun?
Depends on what character you're playing.
I'm going to play a soldier. So I guess I'll rephrase. Sniper rifle, assault rifle, and shotgun are my current options. Which two should I go for?
So another thing is, in the multiplayer, you can only have 2 weapons equipped. You can't have 3. But you can equip any weapon to any character. It's not like Mass Effect 1 where each class can only use certain weapons. Any character can use any weapons.
Yeah.
So you want to pick weapons. Obviously, you probably don't have a whole lot to pick from.
Which one do you think I should go for?
If you're playing the human soldier, and that's the other thing, is the heavier your weapons, the slower your cooldown time will be. So the lighter your weapons, the faster your cooldown time will be on your power. So it depends on your character. If you're a heavy, if you use a lot of your powers, then you want your cooldowns to be quicker, so you want to use lighter weapons. But if you don't use powers a whole lot, and you just mainly use guns, then you can have heavier weapons because your cooldown time doesn't matter as much. But since you don't really have a whole lot to pick from, I assume, and you're doing a human soldier, I'd probably go with assault rifle and maybe an SMG.
I don't have an SMG.
You don't have any SMGs? You should have at least one of each weapon class. But
I guess you might be right on that.
Yeah, you should start out with the Predator pistol, the Shuriken SMG, the Manta sniper rifle, the Avenger assault rifle, and the... what's the shotgun called? It's very light. I just blanked on the name of the shotgun, the starting shotgun, but it's not very good. Yeah, I'm stuck on joining as well, so it wasn't just you.
Is the Shuriken an SMG?
The Shuriken is an SMG, yeah.
Okay, that looks like a pistol. That was my confusion.
Oh, yeah, pistols are bottom right, SMGs are bottom left.
So it's not working for you either, huh?
No, and I'm still in the red on my internet connection, although my numbers seem to have gone back up. But my little indicator is still red. But typically the numbers are what's more important than the actual color of the little indicator. Alright, I'm gonna relaunch my game as well. It's probably my game because my game has been super retarded tonight.
Language?
Mass Effect and... This has not been a very good Mass Effect Monday. Gotta say. Not like last Mass Effect Monday was great. Went for like over 6 hours. And we did like 3 hours on PC and 3 hours on Xbox. Had a lot of people. That was a good one.
Nice. It always amuses me when something uses the word sorry, because I'm talking about the game's menus and such. I'm always amused when something uses the word outstanding in a context that doesn't refer to something amazing. It's like, please wait, looking for outstanding purchases.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, tonight we got 2 people
First
bail.
time I saw something like that, I'm like, what the heck? What's so great about these purchases that you need to have a loading screen for them?
Yeah, it's got to check for your DLC all the time. But yeah, tonight we have 2 people bail, and the game has crashed 2 or 3 times.
I had someone somewhere respond to my stream announcement with, they still have the servers up for that?
That's the thing, is we don't have to worry about servers going down because there are no dedicated servers. It's all peer-to-peer. So
maybe I'll have to track them down and mention that.
So it's like, yeah, people are like, oh, I want dedicated servers, but you always got to worry about your dedicated servers eventually being decommissioned. Peer-to-peer, don't got to worry about that. So as long as the internet's up, we should be able to play. All right, go ahead and send me another invite, and I'll see if I can join it this time. Come on. Join game. My goodness. Why are we having so much trouble tonight? Alright. This isn't working. We're going to resort to plan B. You can't...
Which is...
Well, it's not going to work if I can't cancel the join game. Dude says Gears 3 was the best way to do dedicated servers where they still did peer-to-peer so that when it was no longer viable, they could just make a simple switch. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that was an option, but yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Try sending me an invite. I want to see if I ignore it. Maybe it'll drop me out of the stuck in joining game. Alright, let's see.
I doubt it will.
I doubt it, but I want to give it a shot. Yeah, nothing. Okay. God dang it, game. Why don't you give me a way to cancel joining game? I'm gonna have to restart the game again. I don't have these problems on Xbox. PC Master Race can suck it.
Did you do Xbox last time?
On my 95% of the time I play Mass Effect, it's on Xbox 360. Or, well, I'm not playing on an actual 360 since it is backwards compatible. I'm usually playing on my Series X. But I'm playing the Xbox version, not the Steam version.
Well, I mean stream, though.
But last Mass Effect Monday, we did about 3 hours on Steam, and then I had another group ready, and we did about 3 hours on Xbox as well. So that was a fun one.
Okay, because I was gonna say I only have the PC version. So if you did all of it on Xbox before, that might be why they went so well.
Oh, but earlier tonight,
if PCs worked for you before, then yeah, I don't know why this wouldn't.
Yeah. Tonight, though, I've only played the PC version. I've not played the Xbox version tonight. Alright.
Maybe that's the trick. Your Xbox is crying out for attention.
It gets plenty. I play Mass Effect on it weekly, almost. Alright, if this doesn't work, then I don't think anything will.
Oh wow, the promo room that the person said they still got servers for that. It has a 6-hour cooldown between posts in there.
Well, whoa. All right. I'm almost back, and then we will try Plan B, which almost always works, but I hope I didn't just jinx it.
So what's your plan B?
All right. So since I've been having so much trouble tonight, in a second here, do you still have your lobby open?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and go to your match settings and change it to public. And then for location, just select Dagger, which should be the first one. Then select for enemies, select Cerberus. And then go ahead for difficulty, select challenge level gold. And then hit OK. And then let me know when you've done that.
Okay.
Alright. I'm going to search for exactly those parameters, and it should find your lobby. Why is it taking so long? It should find it immediately.
Tiny little nitpick about the screen I'm looking at. On the far right side, where that blue laser curves around the side of the slots, there's a spot right under the middle where it looks like it fades out and then fades back in, and the lasers don't line up.
I am not looking at what you're looking at, so when I get there, I will take a look for myself. Why is it not finding it? So you're set for Firebase Dagger Cerberus Gold, right? Up in the top right?
Yeah.
Why can I not find your match?
Maybe it's something on my end.
It does not want us to play together.
I wonder if it's because I'm looking at the EA app, and it says some features have been disabled because the EA app launched from another application. Could that be the issue? That I launched it through Steam instead of EA?
It shouldn't, because that's how I launch it, is through Steam. I don't think I even have the EA app installed.
Huh.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and back out of your lobby. I'm going to try the same thing. Where I create the lobby and see if you're able to join mine. So when you go to Quick Match and search for Dagger Cerberus Gold and see if you can get into my lobby.
Will do.
When you hit search, it should search for a couple of seconds and then disappear, and then you should load in. But if it starts searching for like 10 plus seconds, it's not going to find it.
So, Orange, you said you haven't played Mass Effect. Do you even know what Mass Effect is?
Doesn't even know what Mass Effect is?
Searching for games.
Yeah, if it searches for longer than 5 to 10 seconds and it still says searching, it's probably not going to work.
Huh. They very vaguely know, they said. Yeah, that's weird that it's not finding you.
Play Mass Effect Trilogy. If you're not interested in the multiplayer, play the Legendary Edition. Greatest video game trilogy ever.
Mass Effect is very, very good.
Spartacus
Kind of
is
old.
here saying, "What is Mass Effect? What's up, Spartacus? You know what Mass Effect is."
Yeah, it's still searching. I don't know why it can't find you.
I would say it's mods because I do have a couple, but other randoms were able to join.
Because I don't.
Well, if it was that, then the random people that I was playing with wouldn't have been able to join either.
Unless they all use the same mods, they could just be popular mods.
Let's see here. I didn't, because I've got when I tried mods that add new content into the game, and I found out that only people with those mods can play with you, even if you're playing not the mod content. So I turned it off. And I've had no problem playing with other people with the mods. Like, I'm using the controller mod since the game doesn't have natural controller support. There's a mod where you can use a controller, and that doesn't interfere with anything. I can play with anybody. Dude says, "How can I play Aspect with the Legendary Edition if all the shots are removed?" On the PC version, there is a mod to add them back. So there is that.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is.
The heck did I just hear on my sweet Christian Twitch channel?
Yeah, the Legendary Edition, they did remove or change some camera angles. But there are mods that change it back.
Weird.
Let's see. Not the configuration utility. That's not what I want. Where is... Oh, I guess I do have the EA app installed. I didn't think that I did.
Wait, what do you mean you didn't think that you did? How would you have sent me the... How would we have done the invites thing without that?
I thought it, like, Steam has it in it, like, built in. But no, apparently I do have the actual EA app installed. I just don't ever remember installing it.
Yeah, EA's pride.
Where is my Mass Effect mod? There it is. No, it's been so long. Mod manager.
Exhilarating gameplay, right, guys? Half an hour of a pie chart.
Where's my mod manager?
Orange says we're rolling it.
Oh, there it is. Why do I not have... I need this on my desktop. Send to desktop. So I can find it easier next time. Alright, let's see here.
I just remembered I have to get back to doing Hollow Knight one of these days.
I need to do that as well.
Well, because, like, I streamed it for a while last year, and then I got right up to the end, and then it's like, oh, there's some stuff that I missed. I need to figure out what that is. And also, I was getting a little burned out on the game, and I just freaking couldn't go back to it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it.
I finally went back to it once, like, in December. I love Hollow Knight. There's just something about, like, the end game portion. I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah. If you don't know, Metroidvania is my favorite genre, but I am not a fan of Hollow Knight. I put about 8 hours into it, and I have to force myself to play every minute of it because I do not like it. So I will likely be playing it this year because my good buddy Carl of RNG, we just had a stream on Friday where him, myself, and Angry Canadian have a 2024 gaming challenge. And we each have 5 games that we quote-unquote hate that we get bonus points for completing, and Hollow Knight is one of mine.
Why do you hate Hollow Knight?
It does everything that annoys the bejesus out of me.
Why?
Like, first off, you have to buy a map. Well, first off, you have to find the map maker. Then you have to buy a map. But when you have a map, you can't even see yourself on the map unless you find an item and then equip the item. That takes up one of your item slots. And then your map doesn't even fill in automatically as you explore. You have to go find another map maker and buy the map from him. When you die, you lose your money. And then when you have to go back and get it again. I hate that mechanic as well.
Well, it was loosely inspired by Dark Souls.
Yeah. There are so many other Dark Souls-like Metroidvanias that I think do it way better.
As for buying the map, I never had much of an issue with that, because usually by the time I find the map maker, I could buy it twice over.
Well, yeah, but you gotta find him first. It's usually the money isn't the issue. Usually it's finding him.
You know how to find him, though, right?
Randomly explore until you come across him. And there's no indicator of where they are or even where you're supposed to go. That's another thing that I hate, is not having something pointing me in the right direction.
When you're close to where the map maker is, you'll see his papers littering the ground, leading toward him. And also you'll hear his humming the closer you get.
Well, when I play it, I will
notice any of that?
No, I did not. Well, I mean, I noticed the humming, but not until I was like super close to him. I didn't notice any papers.
Yeah, I think the humming is usually like you're in the same room and you hear it. The papers might be as well, because like there are some rooms where like the room itself is a bit of a maze, but the papers will lead you to where he is in that room. The only time I really struggled to find the map maker, I think, were times where I entered the room from like a wildly different direction than what it normally leads you in. Or there's one place where you actually need an item from later in the game to get to the map maker, but it's kind of okay, because like at that point in the game you're kind of just passing through the area anyway. You're not fully exploring it yet. You can't fully explore it yet. So I can kind of give it a pass. But the game is confusing at times. But I have made it to the final boss before. I just never got around to beating him. And I love Hollow Knight right up until that end game, where for some reason all my interest drops like a tank. I don't know why.
Oh.
It's one of those games that like it might take a little bit of getting used to, but I love it. Zelda Sheik said the papers start 1 or 2 rooms away, at least at the beginning.
Okay.
And yeah, I think I remember that, because like I remember at the beginning of the game, in that first area, after you drop into the well in town, and you go left until you reach a large vertical chasm,
yes.
Just drop down and then into the room under that one, and that's where the first map maker is.
So, I'm going to send you another invite and see maybe that I've restarted the game. Maybe you'll be able to join, but I don't have high hopes for this. And yeah, Sparta's saying, this is so exciting, I can hardly contain myself. Nothing will ever top this. Yeah, if there was just something indicating what direction is maybe not even what direction, but if there was just something on the map so I know like this is the general direction I'm supposed to head, that would help a lot.
Well, the deal with Hollow Knight is it's meant to be very open. It's like, hey, if you want an extra challenge, go this way, but if it's too difficult, feel free to go the other direction. Yeah,
I just like I hate like not knowing where to go, and so I'm like, all right, I'll go in this direction, and then go down this way, fight a bunch of enemies, almost die, and then get to a dead end because I don't have the ability that I need. Then I gotta trek all the way back. It's like if I just knew which direction, like the general direction I'm supposed to be heading, then it would be a lot better. At least I know I'm heading. At least I know I'm heading in the right direction and not just wasting. Yeah, I just wish I feel like I was wasting my time And, I go this way and find out this isn't the right way, and I just wasted a bunch of time, and I end up dying on my way back because this game is very difficult. It's like, I just feel like so much of the time is just wasting my time because just tell me what general direction I'm supposed to be heading in order to progress the story.
You're getting really heated.
Yeah. So, like, every single thing that bugs me about Hollow Knight, Ori does fantastically better in every way, and that's why Ori and the Will of the Wisps is my favorite Metroidvania of all time.
Ori's great. The only reason I didn't play more of it was because I got into it like way late, and then also because the point where I stopped at, I was like, there was a room I had to get through, and I was just. It's one of those cases where my timing was like 2% off with every attempt, and it wasn't getting better. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's still searching or trying to join. Yeah, dude is saying, at least we're getting an extra episode of Open Mic with me ranting about why I don't like Hollow Knight. But I was talking to someone who is a fan of Hollow Knight, and dude, I may be doing a Dude Souls-like thing with Hollow Knight where they're kind of helping coach me through it. So that may be coming here in the future after we're done with Dude Souls.
Are you talking to your fans or to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to Dude 1286.
Okay, I was gonna say I took my headphones off for a bit.
Okay. But yeah, a moment ago he was saying, at least we're getting an extra episode of Open Mic, because I do Open Mic on Thursday nights where we just, chat with someone about video games, and me ranting about why I don't like Hollow Knight is basically like a mini Open Mic. You haven't been on Open Mic.
Do you have an opinion on the music in Hollow Knight?
I have not paid enough attention to it. I don't have anything against it, though. But it's got, it's very quiet, and there's almost no sound to the game. There's almost no music from what I've noticed, which is another thing. Oh, another thing is that there's things where it just, expects you to know. I was trying to get a certain achievement for a challenge I was working on, and I was running around, I looked up, where I need to go to get this item in order to get this achievement, and I was like, okay, I know exactly where I need to go. I was running around for an hour and I could not figure out how to get there. So I looked up a video of someone playing through it, and you have to down attack these mushrooms in order to bounce. How the heck am I supposed to know that when it not only did it not tell me, there was nothing ever to even indicate that was a possibility in the game. At least in Super Metroid, there's creatures that kind of give you hints saying that, oh, you can do this ability. It doesn't flat out tell you, but they're there to give you hints. Hollow Knight's just just figure it out yourself.
So, it's funny you say that because I had the reverse opinion. In Hollow Knight, the mantra I kind of figured out pretty early on is if you don't know what it is, smack it. And it's when I hit these mushrooms, I bounce back really far. So what happens if I hit them from above? Oh, look, I'm flying now.
I just assumed...
Super Metroid, the only reason I figured out what the Etecoons were doing in Super Metroid was because I already knew about it beforehand. I guarantee if I had grown up with the game and hadn't heard about it from guides and videos and such, and had never figured... If I didn't know about wall jumping in that game, I would not have known that was possible. I would have just tried to go around the other way and find the top of the shaft elsewhere.
What was it I was going to say?
The Decoras I might have figured out, because you can't get out of that space without their help, but...
Yeah, I think the first time I played Super Metroid, I learned how to, wall jump and shine spark because of those creatures. But there was something I was going to say about Hollow Knight. Oh, yeah, like the thing I was talking about where there's like those flower things, you have to do a downwards attack to bounce off of them.
The purple mushrooms.
Yeah, I just assumed that I needed some sort of ability that I didn't have yet, and later on I'd be able to use it. But nope, it's like you can do it from the beginning. You have to down attack it, but it doesn't ever give you any hint that you can even do that.
I can kind of see that. I'm in the habit of swinging my sword around all over the place just for fun. So I figured it out really quick.
But dude is saying that he can help guide me through Blue Dragon. We shall see if I even end up playing it, maybe. Spartacus saying, so what I'm getting is Nerdy Neo isn't as great as gaming as he tries to make his thing. I never said I was great, although I do think I am good at certain things. I do love Metroidvanias. I don't think I've ever claimed to be great at them.
I love Metroidvanias as well.
But
I don't know if I'm great at them, but based on your description of Hollow Knight, I might be better at them than you are. We'll see. We'll see how my Metroid Mondays compare.
But yeah, these are... I'm not bad at Hollow Knight, just these are the things that irk me about it, like all the things I don't like about its design. But yeah, I don't think this is going to happen.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working. It's still just stuck on join a game for me. Did you try canceling your mods?
I did find my mod manager, and I checked and made sure that all of the unintrusive mods, so to speak, are turned off. The only ones are the ones for like controller support that wouldn't have any effect on other players.
Plot twist, that was the problem.
Spartacus says, Metroid off, who will take home the belt? It's funny that you say that. Hey, Nerd Files is here. Hello, Nerd Files. I don't know if I've seen you in my chat before, but welcome. Good to see another fellow person named Nerd something. I have been meaning to connect with you. But it's funny that you mentioned that, Spartacus, because just last night... we didn't do it live. We recorded it, and he's going to put out the video later. But Charlie, who was Goes Nowhere Does Nothing, he's rebranding because he's kind of doing his own thing. Oh, Nerd Files is Nerd Slap. Oh, you changed your name. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad I got that connection. So we are connecting because Nerd Slap will be on Open Mic on Thursday night, which I'm very much looking forward to because I'll be debuting something new that's super awesome, and I can't wait.
If there were 3 people named Nerd, you could have gotten together and called it Nerdy Trio.
Well, I do know a number of people. Like he was Nerd Slap, and now he's Nerd Files. There's me. There's Nerdy Neo. There's Nerd Wars. Who are some of the other...
Angry Video Game Nerd?
There is that one, but I just meant like people that I've like actually talked to and been on stream with.
Yeah.
Man, I'm blanking, but there's like a whole bunch of people with oh, there's Nerd Takes. He's a good friend of mine. He's been on my channel a few times. But on Off the Hip on ABF's channel, there was one time where he had the idea. It's like, let's get all the people with nerd in their name and just have a stream of all the people with nerd in their name on the panel at once. I was like, that's a great idea. I'd love to do that. But yeah, looking forward to having you on Thursday, Nerd Slap. It's gonna take you a while to. You have a new profile picture too now as well. So if you want me to update your avatar for the thumbnail for Thursday, let me know and I can update that. Spartacus, thank you for reminding me. That's another one. He says, too bad you aren't associated with the Common Nerd. I have had Common Nerd on Party Chat before. That's another one, Common Nerd. And Nerd Slap saying, for gaming stuff, I go by Nerd Slap. And for YouTube, I use Nerd Files, my podcast. Okay. So... I've got your Nerd Slap avatar for the thumbnail on Thursday, but if you want me to change that to Nerd Files, I'm happy to do that. Just let me know. But yeah, meaning he's been working on something, but we've been working together on it, but he's doing all the work that I'm very much looking forward to debuting on Thursday. He's been doing some awesome work. So, But yeah, Winter Prince, you've been on Party Chat before. We haven't ever had. I don't think you've been on Open Mic to just talk video games before, have we?
I did once.
You
You
were-
invited me to do it on a Saturday morning. I don't remember what the
Okay.
topic specific. I think it was favorite Xbox games or something, or was that Melee games?
No, you were on Party Chat. I do remember you coming on Party Chat. That used to be on Saturday mornings. It's now on Tuesday nights. But
Well, I can't do tomorrow, unfortunately. But
no, I've got Tuesday nights I alternate. One Tuesday night is Party Chat, which is what you were on. It's just now it's on Tuesdays, and then the alternating Tuesday, and they go back and forth, is Top 5. So tomorrow night is Top 5. I need to. I don't have a guest for Party Chat for next Tuesday, so I need to send out some invitations. But
so I don't want to interrupt.
No, go for it.
So two things. For one, have you tried Pseudo Regalia yet?
I mentioned when you were playing it, I have it, but I have not launched it yet.
Well, yeah, I remember that. I was asking if you tried it since.
No, I have not played it yet. It also doesn't help that there are no achievements.
There might be. I don't remember. I do know
Unless
that
they added them, because
the game has unlockable costumes that are earned through time trials that can be found around the map. So you can count those as achievements.
Let's see here. Yeah, I've got it pulled up right now. It does not have Steam achievements. Which,
to be fair, the guy who made it never expected it to be anywhere near as popular as it is, which is surprising considering how good that game is.
Yeah, I remember watching you play it, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I had already bought it when it was on sale just because it was a Metroidvania, and I got it for a couple bucks. But I will play it at some point. It's just not having achievements definitely drops its priority since I am an achievement hunter. But yeah, Thursday night, because Party Chat, I've got 2 co-hosts and I have a guest host, and we have specific topics that we talk about. Like, yeah, when you came on, we talked a bunch about 360 stuff because it was July, right when the 360 store was shutting down. Open mic is I usually just have one guest on, and we just talk, go wherever the conversation takes us. So if you want to do open mic sometime and just talk about video games, you're definitely welcome.
So second thing I was going to say, this is clearly not working.
No, it's not.
I have a couple ideas of something else. Well, one thing we could do is one of us could play it, perhaps me because I'm new, and then the other one spectate somehow.
Okay.
Or we could find something else to actually play together. But the other thing I need to mention is my parents want me to empty the dishwasher at some point tonight. So I guess how about we take a break, let you ponder on that while I go do a chore, and then I'll be back as quick as I can.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start a match, and if it's open when you get back, you can try searching for the specific parameters and see if you can get in.
Yeah, let's see if that works.
So, due to say Neo isn't like me who S-ranks all difficulties on DMC5. That is correct. I have not played any of the DMC games, and even if I did, I doubt I would go through the difficulty of S-ranking everything.
I never cared too much about achievements as much as I did about, like, in-game unlocks. But the game that killed my spirit for that forever ago was F-Zero GX.
I've not played that one, but I know that was a very popular one. But I did...
it is a very hard one.
That's what I've heard. Because GameCube got retro achievements this summer, so I looked at the achievements that people made for F-Zero GX. They usually base them off of stuff that's in the game, and some of those achievements were insanely difficult. And I'm like, I've never even played it, and it's like, yeah, no thanks.
The coolest thing I've ever done in a video game, at least in my opinion, was in that game, and I guarantee I could not do it again. I fell off the track, which is normally instant death, but it was a really high part of the track that, like, drops like a cliff face. The multiple levels down, it does like this stairway drop thing.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it. And I managed to go into a corkscrew dive, glide across a lower part of the track, and then right myself and land on the bottom one facing the right direction.
That's awesome.
I have the video somewhere. I spent the entire rest of the race just literally saying out loud, save the replay, save the replay, save the replay. And this was this was on my GameCube like 15 years ago. My first recording of that, other than the in-game replay save, was with a digital camera.
So I don't suppose that you're probably watching my stream, but the only F-Zero I have actually played is, I'm holding it up here, is F-Zero Maximum Velocity on Game Boy Advance. I did
play that. I emulated that a while back. I only really cared about the story in that one though.
I'm pretty sure I beat that on the hardest difficulty. I got really good at that one, but that's the only F-Zero I've ever played.
I don't even remember how far I got with that one. F-Zero GX was... Well, let's put it this way. I almost unlocked everything in the game. The thing that killed my spirit for it was, I think it was Mission 5? It's an escape sequence. You have to escape a hallway in under 50 seconds, right? And you're trying to pass through all these doorways that are closing to just barely wider than your car. And so you're constantly threading the needle trying to get out of this hallway in under 50 seconds. On very hard difficulty, you're down to 40 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
You have to be constantly going at top speed, boost power, everything, all the way through to get there. And then there's a little quirk about it. I don't know if they intended to program it this way. You have to leap out the final door, which is normal for it. On the hardest mode, because of how fast you're going, but also how little time it gives you, you have to slightly re-angle your ship after going off the jump in order to slip through that final door, or you clip the edge and explode.
Oh my goodness.
The game does not tell you this, possibly because it was not intended to be that way. So despite the mission having a 40-second time limit, I spent 4 straight hours on it. The first 2 were spent not knowing that, and I made it to the door twice.
Wow, that was a really short wave.
Before I exploded. I was so mad. And then the reward I got was arguably the worst character in the game. And it's like, hey, this character's kind of cool looking. Kind of looks like Star Wars. But my golly, I did not have any spirit to keep trying after that because I knew that up ahead was very hard difficulty of Mission 7, which took me just as long, if not longer, to beat on normal difficulty. And it's like, I can't even comprehend how I'm gonna beat that.
I understand that.
It was crazy. That game gets so crazy. And I dropped it. I couldn't do it anymore. I had been working at that game for weeks, and I was having a blast, but I was just so done by that point. Going back into the game now, because I'm so out of practice, I have a hard time beating frickin' Mission 1 on easy mode.
Yeah, I get that. I've definitely spent hours on end on very short levels that are incredibly difficult.
I am bummed at how hard that game is to learn, because it's such a fun game if you know how to play it, but it's such a hard game to know how to play. It's like trying to get into parkour when all you learned how to do was a somersault. It's like, you can get there, but boy howdy, you got a ways to go. Anyway, I guess I'm going to pause/cut my stream here for the moment and go do the dishes. I'll let you know when I come back, and we can figure out what we're gonna do. So might do Mass Effect tonight, might not. We'll see, everybody. I'll let you know in a little while. Maybe like a half hour. So, extended potty break, I guess. See you in a bit, people.
Alright, see ya. But yeah, dude says, I'm a badass. Yes, dude, you are a badass. You obviously... As we always say, I have more score, but you have way more difficult achievements at a much higher ratio. I was going to mention it while he was here, but yeah, I've seen one speed run of F-Zero GX. I watched someone who did exactly what Winter Prince just said that he did. They went off the track and like fell down to the bottom and skipped like the whole track. I've seen someone do that once, And I was like, that is insane.
Yeah, I'll have to track down that clip sometime and show
Oh,
it
you
to
are still there. Yeah, I saw a video of someone do that once, and I was like, holy crap, that is crazy.
Well, the funniest part is I wasn't playing well during that particular race.
Yeah,
and that was the third lap that happened. And I was like, oh gosh, no, I literally just held right on the joystick, thinking, oh, I guess I'll just like spiral to my death in style. And then I crossed over the road and was like, oh, wait a minute, can I save this?
That is funny.
But yeah,
the person
I'll go
that
do this and then track that down for you.
the one that I watched, obviously the person meant to do it. Spartacus, what would be the fun in the game if the game told you everything? Well, I'm not asking for it to tell me everything. If we're talking about Hollow Knight, just give me a general direction of which direction I'm supposed to be going. That's all I'm asking. It's not too much. You don't have to tell me how to get there, what I need to get there. Just tell me what the general direction I should be going in is, so I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. Hey, Lancer use complete. Sweet. Dude saying that only 9 people have mastered F-Zero GX. That's impressive, because those achievements are crazy. I've got a speedrun in the Nintendo channel in your Discord. Oh, for F-Zero? Back on June 12th. Speedrun. Okay, I'll check that out in a little bit. Hey, Lowest Expectations is here. What's up, Lowest Expectations? Good to see you, buddy. A new face I haven't seen before. Jeshuan. Jeshuan. Howdy, hello, welcome. So, I was supposed to have a full party tonight. 2 people didn't show up. Winter Prince did show up. He just had some stuff to take care of, so he got here late. But we've had technical difficulties, so we have not been able to play together. But Mass Effect Monday is open to anyone who wants to join. So if you've got the PC version, you want to hop in and play with me, you are welcome to. Spartus is, but when you found it on your own, it was that much more rewarding and feels good because you did it all your own, like the first time you went potty without mom or dad. I don't really care about that. I'd much rather not waste my time and just know this is the general direction I'm supposed to be going in. It can be difficult and I can, bang my head against the wall trying to get there, but just let me know what the right direction is so I'm not wasting my time going in all these other directions just to find out it's a dead end that I can't get to yet. And then die and then have to go back to collect my money. That's my biggest pet peeve, is when I feel like I'm wasting my time. So Jeshuan says, I send you all the gifts. Okay, well, I appreciate it. I don't know why Nightbot is yelling at you to tell you to stop spamming, because you only said, like, 3 things. Shut up, Nightbot. You Janny. Chow told me to do it. Well, I gotta go. Oh, well, bye! Thanks for hopping in for a couple minutes. Always good to see new faces. Really? But video games are all about wasting time. Yes, but then it shouldn't feel like I'm wasting time. Gotta turn live chat on to see it. Oh, was he spamming in live chat? I don't know how to do that. Since I'm not watching my own stream, I'm pulling all the chat through social stream, so I don't even know how to do that. Let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't even have an option here. Oh! There it is. I found it. Oh! He spammed the foot emoji like 100 times. That's funny. Alright. Thank you for letting me know that it was in live chat, not top chat. I appreciate it. That's funny. Alright. What level is my Lancer here? Ah, it's only level 5. That's probably why. Yeah, because I've got the magazine. No, he's host. Yeah, feet. This isn't a melee game stream. Yeah, exactly. No feet here. You want feet? Go pester James. Holy shnikes, 275,000 challenge points, 34,007 rank. Holy crap. Oh, so he's a friend of yours. That's how he torments you every damn time. So Jeshua is a friend of yours, the lowest. Gotcha. That's why you said I did not tell him to do... I told you to do no such thing.
Cannibal!
Wow, that was a short wave.
Enemy is regrouping. Time to reload. Canister of experimental compounds was lost in this area. Find it. That's your top priority.
Oh, he's one of those guys. God, it's so freaking annoying. I hate it when people do that. It's much faster, but it's just so annoying.
Locate the object and bring it back. Nice work. Get back to the extraction zone.
Did you see this trailer of the vampire game made by the same guy who made Witcher 3 Dawnwalker? I don't know what Dawnwalker is. Oh, are you saying Dawnwalker is the name of the vampire game? I've never heard of this game before. But I'm sure there are a lot of people that made Witcher 3, not just one person. But no, I've not heard of Dawnwalker. Vampires typically aren't my thing. Come out, wherever you are. Yes, that's the name of the game, and the trailer just came out this evening. Ah, okay. It's probably while I was live, so I definitely wouldn't have seen it yet. Does it play like Witcher 3? What does it look like? What kind of game would you compare it to?
Enemy force approaching.
Come on! Bought a chart, or not bought a charge. Havoc Strike.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey!
Figure out a way to do things.
I'm just playing a match right now. Hopefully it doesn't crash on me. Why the heck does it have a countdown now? That's not supposed to happen. There we go. That was weird. The timer started before the wave did. But yeah, man, I'd love for us to play together so I can help you. Oh, I jinxed it. And of course, the game crashes. Ah, screw you, freaking Mass Effect. You suck. Sparta says, so far the trailer has a few minutes of alpha game footage, mostly cinematic. Okay. And I just heard Discord just like explode with notifications. Oh, you sent me a link on X. All right. Cool.
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on, but Discord is exploding. I'm hearing all sorts of notifications. Oh, you said... looking on X, I'm like, I don't see anything. Oh, you DM'd me the link to the Twitter post. Gotcha. Let's see here. Oh! Chow just joined my Discord. Cool. Oh, wait, is that... Oh, is that Lowest Expectations? Is that you? That looks like... Lowest Expectation, that looks like your user profile avatar. But maybe you just have a different Discord name. But good to see you. If you want to hop in and play with me...
Were you able to get it working, or...?
I may just call it there, because it's crashed like 4 times, and I don't know what the heck the freaking deal is with Mass Effect on PC. It crashes all the freaking time. Okay, it was Lowest Expectations. Yeah, it's like the Avatar's
Did
the
you
same,
have that?
just different name.
Did you have that problem last time too?
It's weird. Sometimes I'll play for hours without it crashing once, and then sometimes it'll crash every freaking 30 minutes, it seems. I don't know what the deal is with this game. It's like super bipolar.
That's weird. Reminds me of the last time I played Helldivers.
One moment. Mass Effect is the best game trilogy ever. Minutes later. Screw Mass Effect!
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the game, like how good the game is. It's just the game keeps freaking crashing.
I did suggest one thing to do is, and of course I don't know if it would be a good idea for 2 streams to collaborate this way, but one suggestion I had was to have me try a solo run of the multiplayer, and you guys can spectate for a bit or something while we figure out something else to do with our time. Or there's plenty of multiplayer gaming options that I've got.
I was gonna say, you mentioned Helldivers. I haven't played in a while. Would you want to go to play Helldivers?
I got Helldivers. I got Deep Rock Galactic. I got things like Warframe, etc. Helldivers, I'm skeptical on because you mentioned all the crashing, and I said that reminds me of the last time I played Helldivers.
Oh yeah, I've never had any crashing problems with Helldivers.
Yeah, I didn't have any crashing problems until the last time I played it. It crashed on me 4 times in 2 hours.
Oh my goodness.
And I was like, is this part of the new update? Because I haven't seen any complaints about this coming up yet. I don't know what was going on. It was crashing like crazy for me.
Man, I just wish you had the Xbox version. We could go play that. Then I don't have to worry about the stupid crashing. And PC Master Race my butt. Crashes all the time. I don't have that problem on Xbox.
I might consider doing more Xbox stuff, if not for the fact that I've got nowhere to put it, man. It used to be that I had like a console gaming setup in the crawl space in my house, and now that's just been covered in storage. That we've just nothing's happening with it. It's all of my dad's storage, and he's not doing anything with it. But also, it's in the crawl space, so I wouldn't be able to stream anything in there anyway.
Yeah, Sparkus. After all that,
if only Xbox would frickin' handheld their stuff already.
Yeah, oh man, I really hope that that's not a rumor and that we get a portable Xbox. I've been wanting that since the original Xbox.
I didn't know there was even a rumor. I heard a rumor about that like 10 years ago, and that was the last I heard of it.
Oh, no, there's been a lot of very strong rumors over the last 6 months or so that Xbox is working on their own handheld. It's like, please be real. Because Xbox is my platform of choice, so I would love that.
It's just going to be a modified phone with like no games on it.
Because
people are going to be like, put Gears of War on it, and they're going to be like, here's Gears of Discontent.
But yeah, I've thought about getting like a ROG Ally since it actually runs on Windows, where Steam Deck runs on Linux. So it'd be much easier to do it. But I've heard from people who have it say it works, but it's not ideal. They really should do one that's like specifically made for Xbox, and it's like not maybe custom, but it's more tailored to that. So if they're actually making a portable Xbox, it definitely sounds like that's what they're working on. I really hope it's true, because I definitely would love to get one. Sparta says, after all that hullabaloo with Helldivers, my interest in it took a nosedive. Well, I still have a bunch that I need to do, so I need to get back to it, because, I do plan to get all the achievements in it. I just need to get back to it. It's just, Xbox is my priority right now. Yeah, Helldivers. But
well, if we want to do something together tonight, Helldivers is an option. I would probably say Deep Rock Galactic is probably the other top choice I would make, as just a spontaneous, let's do something. And you said you haven't played that, didn't you?
Yeah, I own it on Xbox, but I haven't played it yet because...
I don't think it's cross-compatible, though.
I'm pretty sure it does have cross... Oh, wait, no, Paul was telling me that... That's right, Paul was telling me that it has... Because on True Achievements, it lists games that are crossplay, and I was like, well, it says it has crossplay, but Paul's like, it has crossplay with the Windows version, it doesn't have crossplay with the Steam version. I'm like, well, that's stupid. Yeah, it shouldn't have the crossplay tag on it, because that does not qualify as crossplay when it's still on the Microsoft platform. It's like
Yeah,
it should
I have
only
the
be able
Steam
to say
version.
crossplay if you can play with the other platforms. So
So I guess Helldivers is our only option between those two then. Or I have Overcooked if you want to break that back out.
we could do some more Overcooked. That we have better luck with that than Mass Effect tonight. Spartacus says, "Bring back the PSP. I miss it." I've considered getting a PSP specifically for
they
retro
brought back
achievements,
the PSP, and then they forgot they brought it back. So
but I've never even held one, much less played it.
I held a sample. I've held one before. I don't recall if I've really played one. It was cool though. The PSP was at least really cool looking.
Yeah.
And it was the first handheld. It had that joypad thing that was like a joystick, but it slides instead of tilting.
Yeah,
Like what the
that was
DS
pretty
had.
cool.
Yeah, and that was the first time I'd ever seen something like that on a handheld console. I genuinely thought it was a speaker. I'll say that much. I did not know that was a joypad until I was trying a demo game at like a Toys R Us or something, and I'm like, why won't the guy move? And I started like, I accidentally nudged it, and I was like, wait, what the? That's not a speaker. But yeah, I was like, why don't all handheld consoles have this? And then the 3DS had it, and I'm like, oh, finally. Hey, you want to know a really obscure gaming fact?
I'm always up for random tidbits of information.
Are you familiar with the Neo Geo Pocket Color?
The Neo Geo Pocket Color. I can't picture it, but let me Google it and see if I've ever seen one.
You probably haven't.
Well, probably not in person, but I've probably seen a picture of it online before. Let's see here. Images. Okay, I've not seen one of these in person before, but I have seen a picture of this before, but I didn't know it was a Neo Geo Pocket Color.
Yeah, so the first time I heard about the Neo Geo line at all was way back in Game Informer magazine, when they were a good magazine. Because, like, Game Informer used to be snarky. They used to have jokes and like fake articles for April Fools, and they had like quizzes at the end of the book. I stopped caring about Game Informer when they stopped doing all that and got a little too corporate with how they did things. But
Okay.
I do remember there was a time I read an article in one of them that was all about like lesser known handheld consoles and such, and it talked about the Neo Geo. And that was the first time I heard about the Neo Geo. That was a little bit of a tangent, but I worked in a thrift store for a while, and one day a Neo Geo Pocket Color came in with a bunch of games. Unfortunately, they sold the games separately from the console for some reason. So I did not get the games because somebody bought them when I wasn't around to get them myself. Because they went out on the floor at a different time. But I did get the console, and it had Pac-Man in it, which is like, yay, Pac-Man, the greatest showcase of a handheld arcade console. But it's cool. It works really well. It feels good in the hand. The screen is very colorful. I was like, I'm a little surprised that this thing didn't get more popular. This is a really cool handheld console for the time. But my favorite detail is that it has a little joystick on it.
Okay, yep, I see that.
Yeah, it doesn't... I don't think it really tilts. I don't really know exactly how it works. It's a bit hard to tell just on the surface. But it does feel like a joystick that just kind of clicks in 8 directions instead of...
Oh, okay.
You can move it in a circle, but it like registers 8 directions or something like that, and it clicks each time it registers a direction.
Gotcha.
I don't know how to explain it better than that.
Oh, I get it.
The cool fact about it is that, as far as I am aware, the official name of that piece is called the clicky stick.
Very, very professional. The clicky stick.
It's the best kind of professionalism. It doesn't actually matter what we call it professionalism.
So, based on the picture I'm looking at, it looks like the screen was backlit. Is that true? Or is that just because these images, like, lightened up the picture?
I don't remember. I think it's backlit. I remember it looked really clean. I was like, Game Boy Color, eat your heart out. This screen is great.
I am particular to more so the vertical orientation than the horizontal orientation, but that's just me. Cause
It's behind me. I can go grab it and see if it still turns on.
Because yeah, the Neo Geo Pocket here is horizontal, just like the original GBA. But I loved the GBA SP, which had the vertical orientation. I liked that a lot better.
Yeah, I had the Game Boy Micro as my GBA growing up.
Game Boy Micro? I'm not even sure I even knew that existed.
Right. The first time I heard about it, because like
I knew the Pocket.
the
Oh,
Game Boy Advance.
I've seen one of these. I didn't know that it was called a Game Boy Micro.
Right. It does not look like a Game Boy.
No,
But it is
doesn't.
an official Nintendo console. And when I was a kid, I got my Game Boy Color maybe like a year or two before Game Boy Advance came out. And my parents would not give me a Game Boy Advance. Because I don't know if it's fair to say my family was poor necessarily, because we were in California and it was expensive.
Yep, I'm in California, so I get it.
The House of Fire is going over there.
Fortunately, I'm in NorCal, so it's not affecting me, but it sucks that so many people are affected by it.
Yeah, freaking everyone is in South Cal, and it's like, why? South Cal is hot as heck! Get out of there!
Well, it's in that area, it doesn't get that hot. I'm in Sacramento, and it often will get in the high hundreds in the summer, so it's way hotter here.
I grew up in San Jose.
Okay, yeah, you're in the Bay Area, so it's much cooler there.
It's funny you say that, because I think the hottest day I ever experienced was there.
It's my grandparents
outside of a bona fide desert, anyway.
Man, my grandparents were in the Bay Area as well, and when I was a kid, I'd go spend a week with them every summer, and there was one time where it was like really hot. It was like in the upper 90s, which is pretty unusual. The Bay Area, they don't have air conditioners, and it blew my mind. I'm like, hey, can you turn the AC on? They're like, we don't have one. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have AC? It's like, yeah, it doesn't get very hot here, so we don't have AC. I'm like, what?
My family actually did, and it got pretty hot in my part of San Jose. And I remember, I'm not streaming right now. Maybe I should save that story for stream. But I remember a day. It was like the last day of school that year. I think it was 7th grade, and it got so hot outside that they had like all the parties and stuff outside on the grass, with like bouncy houses and obstacle courses and stuff like that. And it's like, oh sweet, but it's freaking sweltering. And so there was a line of people getting water from like a water jug. They ran out of cups and had people waterfalling it. You had people waterfalling it and then getting right back at the back of the line. And I remember my grandpa picked me up from school that day and took me home and was like, hey, your sisters and I are going to the pool, which was literally a 5-minute walk down the road. He's like, you want to come with us? And I was so done being outside in that heat. I was like, 5 minutes in the heat to get to the pool? Nah, not worth it. And what I did instead, I went to my 2nd floor apartment, planted myself in my dad's chair right in front of the air conditioner, cranked the air conditioner to maximum, and I played Mega Man Network Transmission for like 2 hours. It took like an hour before I finally felt comfortable again.
It's funny you mentioned Network Transmission. That's one of the more main, it's not mainline Mega Man, but it's one of the more mainline ones that I haven't played. I actually started it earlier this year, but I haven't gotten back to it. Because I love Mega Man, and I played Mega Man Battle Network, and it's kind of combining classic side-scrolling Mega Man with Mega Man Battle Network. It's kind of weird.
I know. That's the whole reason I got it, was because my first experience with Mega Man was the NT Warrior show. And so
I didn't even know that existed until someone was on a stream with me and they told me about that show.
Yeah, that was my introduction to Mega Man, because I watched Kids WB growing up, and they put that show on there, and I was like, oh, this is a cool show. It's like in the style of Pokemon, but it's like network stuff. That's sick. And like that show is actually responsible for a large part of my interest in technology and gaming and stuff like that. I've always liked gaming, but like Mega Man, that show kind of skyrocketed my interest in technology in general. and games were the most easily accessible technology for me at that age.
Okay.
But
Just
yeah,
one thing I wanted to say. I was talking about it earlier, and then I got sidetracked because someone said something about racing's Metroid. Last night, Charlie from who was Goes Nowhere Does Nothing, and DJ Access and we did a Mega Man 2 race, and we did a Mega Man X race. So Charlie's going to be putting those out on his channel here soon. So I just wanted to mention that before I forgot.
that sounds cool. I don't think I'd be very good at those, but that's neat. But
It was supposed to just be Mega Man 2, and I haven't played Mega Man 2 in like 7 years. It's been a very long time, but DJ Axis and Charlie both love Mega Man 2, so they were already like, I was still trying to get my controls figured out, and they were already like at Dr. Wily, and I was like, hey, but I love Mega Man X, and so I was like, would you guys want to do Mega Man X? And so they're like, yeah, sure. So we impromptu did a Mega Man X race, and DJ beat me by a tiny bit, but we were both the exact same boss fight.
Nice.
So that was fun. So yeah, Charlie's gonna edit that and put it out.
Fun fact about me: I have very minimal history with the X series. I've played more Mega Man Zero than Mega Man X.
Okay, I played the Zero games, but X is still Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 are still my favorite.
I appreciate aspects of X. X's story is cool. X's character designs are cool, but also I've played a little bit of the original Mega Man X at request of a friend of mine, and I gotta say, I think it's a little overrated.
Oh.
Not bad, just a little overrated. Because it's like, oh, the opening sequence was great. That was great for the time. I will not deny that. But then, like, one of the levels I did, enemy placement was terrible, and enemy respawn from going off screen was terrible. And it's
yeah, if you're not used to it.
It took me like a straight 5 minutes to get over a single gap because they had like a freaking ostrich right next to it. That the easiest way to deal with this thing was to shoot and back up, and I don't remember why, but backing up caused it to respawn. But if I didn't back up, I got hit with something, and it's like,
I think
how am I supposed to get around this thing?
I don't know exactly which level you're talking about, but I know exactly which enemy you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like I had a lot of trouble with just enemies respawning right at the edge of the screen with that game, and it made it really tricky to get through some of the levels for me. And it's like, hey, I know why people like this game, but boy howdy, I think this particular aspect of it is really under-mentioned. But yeah, I was gonna say the Anti-Warrior anime was my introduction to Mega Man, and I loved it so much that I once begged my parents to get me a Mega Man game. I didn't even know if Mega Man games existed, but I figured there had to be some. That show was great. And they found me one, and it was actually Mega Man 4 on Game Boy, which is classic Mega Man.
I've not played any of the original Game Boy Mega Mans. I've only played the NES ones.
The original Game Boy ones, up until the recent collections, the original Game Boy ones were the only ones I ever actually owned, and I owned Mega Man 4, and then I eventually got Mega Man 2 on Game Boy.
Oh, sorry. One of the earliest ones that I owned is I had Mega Man Extreme on Game Boy Color, which was a mashup of Mega Man X and Mega Man X2.
That's one you don't hear about often. That's cool.
Yeah, then I wanted to get Mega Man Extreme 2, which added Zero, but I never actually got that one. So, but it is in my backlog. It's one I do want to play at some point.
But yeah, so I played Mega Man 4. I played the heck out of it, and Kid Me was, I thought maybe it was a case of like you ever seen like box art that has nothing to do with the game?
Oh yeah, the original Mega Man box art is.
Yeah, I thought that's what was happening with the whole game in relation to NT Warrior, because I didn't know there were different generations of Mega Man.
Oh, okay.
So Kid Me was like, oh, well, this isn't NT Warrior, but I recognize some of these characters. They just look a bit different. Haha, game designers are sure weird. But eventually I realized, like, oh, it's like a whole different generation of Mega Man, but all the same stuff. It blew my frickin' kid mind. But yeah, then that's when I really started getting into Mega Man. At some point, I got the Classic Collection on GameCube, complete, which also had
Oh.
like the arcade games. I played the crap out of all of them. I think Mega Man 8 is underrated, personally.
Oh, okay. The Mega Man Classic Collection on GameCube, because I just played last year the Mega Man X Collection on GameCube, which is X 1 through 6. But you're talking about the classic one.
I played the classic one, and I tried out all of the original Mega Mans that way. Had a great time.
That's how I played through Mega Man's 1 through 10 for the first time, was on the Mega Man.
It didn't have 9 and 10. 9 and 10 came out way later.
Right, but I played the Mega Man Legacy Collection on Xbox. It was an Xbox One game, and that's how I played Mega Man's 1 through 10 for the first time.
Yeah, the game. I think it was also called the Legacy Collection on GameCube, but it had Mega Man's 1 through 8, and then it had the 2 arcade games that I can't remember the name of. It's like Mega Man. I want to say the Fighters, but that was Sonic. I don't remember. But those are cool. I think those arcade games are really cool. You can actually get those on Switch with, I forget what it's called. There's an arcade collection you can find them on. But also, I think Mega Man 8 has its problems. I will not deny. The sled sections are awful in that game. But everything other than those, I think is really, really cool about Mega Man 8. And frankly, I think that game is terribly underrated. And I'm kind of bummed that they didn't make more games in that style. Also,
have you played Mega Man 11?
I don't think so. I haven't played any of the newer ones, admittedly. Mega Man 11 does look really good, though.
Because that's in my backlog. That's the one classic Mega Man where, it's not Mega Man X that I haven't played. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. I will be playing it at some point.
I loved the cartoon style of Mega Man 8. And not like the animation style. Gosh, that is hilariously bad. But the gameplay animation, specifically.
Oh,
I
okay,
really liked the
gotcha.
style of it. I really liked the menu designs, and I loved Can we just agree the menu music for that game, like the boss select menu music, is bopping?
I haven't played, other than last night, I haven't played Mega Man's 1 through 10 since, 2018, so I don't remember almost anything about any of them.
Yeah, Mega Man 8, it just has a charm to it that none of the other games quite have, in my opinion.
Okay.
But, yeah, watch out for the sled sections. Those are terrible, but everything else about that game I love. Extra bonus points goes to Clown Man stage, I gotta say. Because it has sections where it's just like every piece of the floor is made up of like a jack-in-the-box kind of device. With an X or an O on it or something. And in the background is a clock with, each time it strikes an hour, a guy comes out and hits a bell. And when that happens, all of the boxes on the floor activate, and it's either you fall through the floor, I think it's you either fall through the floor, you take damage, or for certain rare blocks, you just straight up die. And so you actually have to watch your step there, but then it doesn't overload you with enemies to deal with. So it's actually pretty fun getting through that zone. I really like Clown Man stage in that game.
I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, that stage is fun. But, where was I going with everything? Because I was talking about NT Warrior, and then I got onto the classic games. I don't remember how I got into Zero. I think it was I was talking to someone about Game Boy Advance once, and they introduced me to Mega Man Zero, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then, eventually the Zero, I emulated it a few times. I remember that.
Okay. I played through the Zero... Let's see, did I play it through emulated first? No, I think the first time I actually played through the Zeros 1 through 4 was on the Mega Man Zero collection.
Yeah, I eventually got that, and I played a few of those.
I played Zeros 1 through 4, and I've played most of ZX, but I haven't finished it, and I haven't played ZX Advent yet, because...
I forgot, I have ZX, and I have finished it.
Nice. Yeah, you would think that'd be right up my alley, because I love Mega Man, and Metroidvanias are my thing, and Mega Man ZX and ZX Advent are essentially Metroidvanias, but I couldn't figure out where to go, so I could not figure out how to beat the game.
Okay, so I know how the map works.
The map in that game is awful.
It is, but I know how it works, and I know how it works because it's the same map in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror.
Oh, I've never played that.
Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is a Kirby game that I think is dramatically underrated. I love that game. It's essentially a Kirby Metroidvania, but instead of it being like, oh, this superpower will get you through this other zone, superpowers are freaking everywhere. You're kind of just going ham and figuring out where to go.
So
It's a lot of fun. There's a couple puzzles in it that are really reliant on having teamwork, and the AI for allies in that game is not great. But so if you're going for 100% playing solo, it's difficult. But
maybe when I get back around to playing ZX, I'm going to start from the beginning again because it's been 4 years probably since I played it. I'll hit you up for tips.
The way the map works is, and I will say, it's not consistent 100%, but it's usually consistent. So all you gotta keep an eye out for is those times when it's not. And the whole deal is, when you look at the map, it's like a grid but turned on its side, so everything's diagonal, right?
Okay.
It's like here's room T1, and then it has 4 lines at the corners leading to 4 other rooms, right?
Yeah.
The way it works is it links to the doors in the room. It means there's 4 doors.
Hold on
in
just
that
a
room.
second, Spartacus. A minute ago he said you don't know hot until you do my job in summer. I don't know what that is, so you have to tell me about it. But he's saying he's off to bed. Good night, Spartacus. Thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. And Amon Ra's here as well.
Spartacus is a great name, by the way. Spartacus is a great name. He needs to know that.
Spartacus, Winter Prince says you got a great name. So good to see you, Spartacus. You have a good night. And Amon Ra's here as well, saying moo. I'll tell you what's been going on here on why we're not playing Mass Effect. But moo to you too, Amon Ra. Good to see you as always. So, sorry. Go ahead and continue.
So yeah, the way, as I was saying, imagine you have a room. You got 4 doorways. You got 4 rooms it branches off to on the map. Which room you go to on the map relates to where the door is in the room. So it's like, if you have a perfect rectangle-shaped room, the door in the upper left is going to go to the room in the upper left on the map. The doors are, of course, not always arranged like that.
Right.
So, but if it's like, oh, it goes to 3 rooms, if you're trying to reach the room above the one you're in, chances are the door is going to be higher up.
The thing that irks, like, I kind of got that. The thing is that, like, I know, like, where the A1 through 4 are and B1 through 4, but I need to get to, like, N5, but I have no idea how to get there because I don't know how to get to the N area because it's not connected to the W or the M area. The letters are not, like you could have T connected to the B5 could be connected to like T3. It's like
right?
There's no consistency
really
on what letters connect to where.
Yeah, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror kind of had the same problem, except that the rooms don't have like number labels or anything. Instead, the map is split into the map is split into zones just like that though. But then the rooms are a little easier to follow, I think. I don't know. When I played I will say Amazing Mirror was the first Kirby game I actively owned. Actually, I think it's still the only... No, it's not the only one I own. Anyway, it's the first one I played all the way through.
I have never played a Kirby game.
I eventually had the map memorized. But I do really like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I think you might like that one if you want to go for just a ham crazy romp.
What platform was that on? That was Game Boy?
That was Game Boy Advance.
Game Boy Advance. Oh, that was one thing that Spartacus said earlier. He still has his Game Boy. He said Advanced, but it is Game Boy Advance. There's no D at the end.
Yeah, a lot of people get that wrong.
Yeah, I had a Game Boy Advance, the original one, the ice blue. I forget what it was, but it was like a light blue and it was transparent. I had that one, and it broke. But I was able to get a Game Boy Advance SP, and that's still my favorite handheld ever. And it got stolen.
I wanted an SP. I was saying earlier, the reason I ended up with a micro was because I wanted an Advance so bad, and my parents wouldn't get me one. And then one day we were at my grandparents' house, and I just saw like a coupon book sitting open on like a table, and I saw Game Boy Advance Micro, $30 or something like that.
Oh.
And I was just like, get me that at least. I was so desperate. And then that year, I ended up getting that for Christmas. And I think they planted Santa's name on it at the time. Spoilers for youngsters in the chat.
Yeah, I got.
But,
I had the silver Game Boy Advance SP, and I love that thing. And it got stolen when my house got robbed, and I was very upset. So I never got a replacement, but I do have a DS, and it plays GBA games. So after that, I just used my DS to play my GBA games.
yeah, but before, admittedly, I technically had a GBA before the Micro. I had the Game Boy player on the GameCube.
I had that
it
as
wasn't
well.
portable, so it wasn't quite the same.
Oh man, playing Game Boy Advance games on my TV, that was like mind blowing.
That was mind-blowing for me, too. But I gotta tell you, there's something about playing on the tiny screen of the Micro that changes the feel of the game. And not in the sense that you gotta put it up close to your face. You really don't. It's a great screen. But it's like, Wario Land 4, I used to love the crap out of that game. Not as much as Wario Land 3, but I still really liked 4. I had a ton of fun with it. I figured out over the years, it is more fun to play that game on a small screen than on a big one, and I don't know why.
So, oh my goodness. So I've got Kirby and the Amazing Mirror pulled up here on Retro Achievements. And yeah, it looks freaking adorable and very bright and colorful. It's by HAL.
Game.
It's by HAL Laboratory, which is the only time I've ever seen that name before was from Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, HAL Laboratory made Smash Brothers, and they made, I think, all of the Kirby games to date. They might have a new name now, but I believe they're still kicking.
I've never played a Kirby game. The only time I've ever played Kirby is in Smash Brothers.
Yeah, the Kirby games are great. Frankly, I think the old ones are a little overrated, just a little bit. But I really like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I really like Kirby 64. Kirby 64 is freaking...
I didn't even know there was a Kirby
game,
64 game.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. It was Kirby and the Crystal Shards, I think it was called.
Oh, I do know of that one. I thought it was called Kirby 64. I have heard of the Crystal Shards.
Kirby and the Crystal Shards. That one's funny. Because Kirby and the Crystal Shards tried to get more like biological with how Kirby's abilities worked. Because the way it is in Smash Bros.
It's called Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. So it does have the 64 in there. I just didn't realize it.
Yeah, right. So yeah, you know how his whole deal is he gets hats.
I did not know that. I thought that was. I thought he sucked people in and stole their abilities.
Well, yeah, but when he has their ability, he usually wears a hat related to the character.
Oh, I did not know that.
Or a mask or something like that. He does it too in Smash Bros, but it's not as consistent because some characters just have a particular face or hair or something.
Yeah, I do know that he takes on some sort of personification of that character.
Yeah, usually it's a hat thing.
Okay.
And Kirby 64 is hilarious because he doesn't get hats. Instead, he just like Cutter, for example, might be the most glaring example of this. For the Cutter ability, he throws half his face. And it just has blades on it now. And it's really goofy looking. And that was the first Kirby game I ever witnessed growing up. I did not know it was called Kirby. I didn't know it was Kirby 64 until many years later. But kid me really wanted to play that game, partly because the health bar was enormous and that fascinated me. But also partly because it's like, oh, it's a weird little blob dude that throws his face, and that's both creepy and hilarious.
So on Retro Achievements, when I searched Kirby, the first game in the list is Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, and it does have the Metroidvania genre tag on it. So I very well may play this at some point.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. That game is fantastic.
And Lowest Expectation is saying that Kirby 64 was great. And speaking of Smash, that's what he was playing on stream before he showed up here.
Nice. I will give you a small hint about Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. You can eventually unlock a room that gives you access to all of the Kirby abilities in the game based on which ones you found so far. And if you find any new ones, they also show up in that room. Really, really great for getting a good start. Also, I'm just remembering this, one of the abilities you can get is Smash Kirby, which is just Kirby's Smash Bros. Moveset. And the game has a lot of puzzles that can only be solved by having the right ability for it. Smash Kirby can solve most of them on its own. It's like the second best ability in the game. Sword Kirby is also really good. It's like third best. The best ability of the game is only unlocked by collecting all of the different powers in the game in that room. Find every single power in the game, and you unlock the ability to use Meta Knight's sword, which is Sword Kirby with like a couple changes, and also Meta Knight's sword Kirby can tackle all of the puzzles in the game.
Nice.
And it's so fun to use, man. So yeah, there's your Kirby and the Amazing Mirror hint. Collect as many abilities as you can.
All right.
Use Smash Kirby a lot if you're struggling because it's really versatile. Yada yada.
Sounds good.
Let's see, Mega Man. I remember what I was talking about with Mega Man now.
Okay.
I was saying that because I grew up on NT Warrior, but then also the Game Boy games, I remember looking at the Battle Network games and being really annoyed that they were all like that turn-based thing.
That's because I don't like turn-based combat, and that's why I liked Mega Man Battle Network, because it's not turn-based, it's real-time. It's just you can pause.
But it's like I didn't know how it worked at the time. And it was just like, it's not the same. I don't want these, like, Pokemon-style battles. I want the 2D gun and shooty, you know?
Yeah, the run-and-gun action platformer.
It puzzled me that they didn't make the Battle Network games in the classic style. And nowadays, I've tried the Battle Network games. I love them, except for the lack of a map. Oh my gosh. Those games are a maze without a map. Even with a map, they're kind of a maze. It's crazy stupid how maze-like those games are. And that's the whole reason I haven't actually finished any of them except the first one, is because of how maze-like they are.
Okay,
but I do
understand that.
I do have the Battle Network collection, and it also baffles me that they never added maps into the collection. Yep. I think I heard the Japanese versions actually did have maps, and they took them out for the US release. It's really weird.
Stupid.
Really stupid.
The only one I played back in the day, I had Mega Man Battle Network 3 Blue. But I do have the Mega Man Battle Network collection now. I'm still pissed because, like I said, Xbox is my primary platform. I own every Mega Man collection on Xbox, but they never released the Mega Man Battle Network collection on Xbox. It's only on PC, Steam, or PC, PlayStation, and Switch. So I have it on Switch, but I want it on Xbox, and they're just like, nah, screw Xbox. It's like, what?
They really,
why not?
Really
all the other collections are on Xbox except for that one.
They've been really weird about Mega Man.exe over the years. And I kind of get it. It wasn't the most popular Mega Man, which I beg to differ. That Mega Man is great. But, yeah, I don't know. They've been weird about it.
Question for you while we're on the...
Battle Network games are fun, but overrated. But I was going to say...
I wouldn't say overrated, but they are pretty fun. Because I don't think they get the recognition they deserve.
Well, that's the thing, is those games would be rated perfectly, if not for the lack of a map.
Okay, yeah, understandable.
Because, like, I think Battle Network 2, I was playing through it, and it's like, hey, you need to go to this place. And I'm like, okay, where is it? They're like, oh, go through this area and that area. And I'm like, where are those?
Dude says because nobody buys...
Doorway, and it's like, I'm not finding these rooms. What are you talking about?
Dude says because nobody buys games on Xbox anymore thanks to Game Pass. That is not true. I buy tons of games on Xbox despite being a Game Pass subscriber. And if you already have the game on all the other platforms, it's not that much work to port it to the Xbox, and you can make more money with very minimal work. That pisses me off.
I remember one time I was at a Game Crazy. Remember those?
Oh, that was my place. I hung out at Game Crazy all the time. I loved Game Crazy.
I never really hung out at those places. There was never, like, anybody in there to hang out with whenever I went.
Oh, okay.
But I did... I remember growing up, I borrowed games from Blockbuster back when they did that. I was really mad when they stopped doing that, and then Game Crazy happened. And I'm like, well, you can't borrow games, but at least it's Game Central. And then, yeah, I remember one time I was there, and they had network transmission, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, oh, this is NT Warrior, but in the classic style. This is the thing I've been looking for like 5 years now. It was like, I was so excited. I was like $1 away from having enough money for it.
Oh,
and so I I did that thing where I went against my normal instincts, and I was like, "Dad, I'll make you a deal. If you pay me if you pay me for like the next 3 chores, like right now, I will do all of them when I get home. If you let me buy this game now." And he was like, "You promise?" And I'm like, "Yes." And it's like one of those few times where I was absolutely sincere about that because I hated chores as a kid. Actively hated them. I did everything I could to get out of them. But in this case, I was like, I will literally do anything if you let me get this game. And they did. And then I went up to the counter, and I had forgotten about tax.
Oh, bummer.
And I was like, can I still buy it anyway? I got the money. And like he'd seen the whole exchange, and he was like, employee discount, don't tell anybody. And I was like, yes!
Oh, that's awesome.
And I took it home and I played it, and I don't remember how long I played it, but I do remember anytime my parents were not home and it was just me, I was playing it as much as I could because they regulated how long I played games at the time.
I had a very similar
When
thing.
they were looking.
I was very similar.
It grew into a bad habit later in life where I started keeping the Game Boys in my room, and I figured out that my parents didn't. I used to be afraid to go to sleep after people because I didn't like being alone in the dark as a kid. So if my parents went to bed before I did, I panicked. And the thing that broke that was my desire to play more games because I had a different experience where I loved Wario Land 3 and I really wanted to play Yoshi's Island. But I didn't own Wario Land 3, and I didn't know anyone that owned Yoshi's Island.
I never had any real desire to play Yoshi's Island.
So one day, I go to GameStop down the road, now that that was a thing, and I find both games on Game Boy Advance. No, well, Wario Land 3 on Game Boy Color, Yoshi's Island on Game Boy Advance in the case. And I was like,
jackpot.
Freaking, yeah, and I was like, I want one. And my parents were like, all right, pick one. I was stuck for like 10 minutes trying to figure out which one I wanted to play.
Sophie's
and
choice.
Finally, yeah, my parents were like, screw it, we'll get you both of them. And I was like, yes! And they're like, but you have to do this thing when you get home. I didn't. I was so desperate to play both games. And like we were also gonna have a movie night. I could not pull myself away from Wario Land 3. I was too excited. I got grounded. I got grounded, and they took away my Game Boys. But I hadn't played Yoshi's Island yet.
Yeah, that was always my punishment, taking away my Super Nintendo, my N64, or whatever.
So that night, I waited until my parents went to bed. And it was like my excitement to play these games completely drowned out my fear of the dark that night. I waited until my parents went to bed. I snuck out, found my Game Boy, popped Yoshi's Island in it, and accidentally played it until 5 in the morning at the age of like 11.
That's hilarious. Yeah, lowest expectations in chat saying gamer power breaks your fears.
I made it. That game has 6 worlds. I did not know this at the time. I got to World 4 and then realized it was 5 in the morning. And I was like, I need to go to sleep. And so I finally put the game down and went to bed.
That's funny.
But that started the trend of me, and this went on for years, me playing video games after my parents thought I went to bed, because I just couldn't get enough of my fix while they were awake.
Yeah, dude says the only thing that stopped him from playing games when he was young was that there was only one TV in the house. I had a similar thing for many years. We had a TV. We had 2 TVs. There was one out in the family room, and there was a small one in my parents' bedroom. And that's the one I played games on because I didn't have the cables or whatever that were needed in order to connect my stuff to the TV out in the family room. So I could only play it in my parents' bedroom. On this tiny little like 13-inch TV that was so old that it had it didn't have a remote. You had the dial and you clicked through the 13 channels. And so when I finally got the cables that I needed in order to connect it to the TV out in the family room, it was like a mind-blowing experience getting to play it on like a 30-inch TV rather than like a 13-inch little itty-bitty TV. It was fantastic. So and then I could stay up and play later. That was also great.
I'm sending out an announcement that we're just chatting at this point.
Oh, while we were on the topic of Battle Network, a game that I want to put on your radar, if you're not familiar with it, I have it. I haven't played it yet. But from what I hear, it's basically all of the combat from Mega Man Battle Network without all of the real world stuff where you're land and running around and doing stuff. It's just the combat of Mega Man Battle Network, called One Step from Eden. Have you heard of this game?
That sounds very vaguely familiar.
If you like the combat of Mega Man Battle Network, I suggest check out One Step from Eden.
Maybe. I might have to figure that out.
So, this turned into an impromptu open mic.
Yeah, it did. But yeah, I was going to say, my parents would only let me game for like an hour each day. And so it drove me nuts when my friends would be like, oh yeah, I beat the game in 3 days. And I'm like, dude, I just finished the tutorial. But, so yeah, that's why I would play games a lot at night after they thought I went to bed. That lasted all the way through high school, man. Me doing that.
Yeah. I wasn't. For me, it wasn't so much like hiding it. It's just like, going to school. And one thing I hated about schools, you have homework. It's like, why can't I do my work at school? It's like, no, you learn all the stuff, then you got to go home and do your homework on your own when you don't have anyone to ask. And, you got all your classes that are all giving you homework. And I was really involved in sports, so I'd be doing sports till like 6 o'clock. Then I'd go home and shower because I'm all hot and sweaty. And then I'd have dinner and then have to do homework. It's like, I haven't had any time to get any gaming in tonight. So finally, after all that's done, I could finally get some gaming in.
I intentionally avoided extracurricular activities because I knew if I did them, I wouldn't have time for anything else and probably not even for all of my homework. And plus, at that age, I didn't really care anyway. I was like, sports are kind of fun when I'm not getting my butt kicked, which is nearly all the time.
Hey, Paul's in chat. What's up, Paul? He's saying, great episode of Party Chat. Great open mic. This has turned into an impromptu open mic since Party Chat has topics and we're just going, wherever. But good to see you, Paul. Yeah. So, for anyone who hopped in late, Mass Effect crashed on me like 4 times tonight. And
we also couldn't get it to connect.
And Winter Prince here, he's the one I'm talking to right now. We could not get in a lobby together, so after it crashed again, I'm like, screw it, I'm done with it. And we've just been chatting for like the last 45 minutes or whatever. So it turned into an impromptu open mic.
Where was I going with it? Yeah,
you were avoiding extracurricular activities.
I avoided extracurricular activities. I didn't do any throughout my entire 12 years of school. Or I guess it's 13 years, whatever.
Yeah.
But what drove me nuts is like I rarely needed to ask for help on my homework. I was a pretty smart kid. The problem is they just give you so much of it.
Yeah, and you got every class gives you homework.
I'm a thorough thinker. I'm not a fast thinker. And so it's like
and it wasn't very long before I couldn't ask my parents for help anymore, and I had to figure it out myself because it probably wasn't even out of elementary, and it was already past the stuff that my parents knew.
It's like by the time I got into high school, it was like it would take me 2 hours to do my math homework because they give you like 25 questions on this topic and 25 questions on this topic. It's like I only need like 3. You don't have to give me this much. Why do you keep doing this? It drove me nuts. Homework is so overdone.
Yeah, dude says he always did homework in the class before. It's like, I wouldn't be able to do that. But if you were able to, good,
I do have
on you.
Experience relating to that, though. In my final year of high school, by that point, I had kind of realized that I wasn't going to remember anything I learned in that year.
That was another thing. Almost everything you learn is completely pointless. Like, when am I ever going to use any of this stuff in the real world?
And it's like, hey, you might... Freaking 12th year of final year of high school, I was like, I mean, yeah, physics will help you if you're going to be a physicist, but I don't want to be a physicist.
Exactly.
It's like, that's the final year of high school. They need to cut that out and make that college.
Yeah, so much.
Because, gosh dang, that needs to be the point where you take the classes you want to take, and that's it. Because it just doesn't work. But because of that, I started really slacking off with my classes. Like, I used to be straight A's or A's and B's, and by that year, it's like I had 1 or 2 classes down in the D's because I just did not care. And one
Yeah,
of them was
I had
math,
straight A's through middle
because-
school, and then I stopped trying so hard in high school. I was in the B's and C's. Yeah, and
Yeah,
dude
and-
is saying I would also sleep through half my classes, which is why I only got a B+ average.
I usually didn't sleep through my classes.
I
Sometimes
didn't
But I
intentionally.
usually wasn't too tired.
I
What
did.
I did.
I don't think I ever
was
actually fell asleep, but I would nod off a lot because of having all this homework and doing sports, and then I'd play games. So I would get like
what
5
I
hours
did
a night.
was- Usually, I was reading books because teachers are usually fine with that, as long because it's like, hey, at least it's educational on some degree.
Okay.
So I would usually read books all the way through class, but eventually I got a little bit tired of that, and I also got smart. I brought my Game Boy Micro to class and played it just under the edge of the desk where the teacher couldn't see it. But my favorite thing that happened though was my math class was the main thing that I started failing because it's like I did not like math. I had no passion for it. I realized I wasn't actually good at math. I was just good at following instructions. And so it's like I'm like, I do not care about this level of math. This is not something that I'm going to use. Nowadays, I'm kind of regretting not paying more attention because it's like I'd have a lot more job opportunities if I remembered this stuff. But
calculus
I
is the
just
reason
didn't
why
care.
I changed my major, because I was originally went in for computer science, and then I had to take calculus, and I didn't fail, but you had to get a C- or better, and I think I passed or not passed, but I got like a D+. So I didn't fail, but I didn't get a good enough grade, and I started taking it again halfway through the next
I wanted
semester.
to be a programmer as a kid, and then I found out how boring programming was.
Yeah, I hated programming. I thought it was going to come naturally to me, like all the other computer stuff I did. But
Right.
I had to take calculus for computer science. And second semester, I wasn't doing any better, and I'm like, this is not working out. So I had to change my major. But Paul says, you did sports? Yes, I played basketball and soccer through middle and high school.
So here's one thing. I kind of wish I'd gotten into baseball more. My parents refused to put me in Little League because I couldn't afford it. But admittedly, I didn't have the passion for it at the time. Nowadays, I totally would. The thing is, I can hit the ball pretty much every time. I'm great at hitting a baseball. I can't hit it very hard, so it tends to go straight into somebody's glove. And I usually have to run my absolute hardest to make it to the base before somebody gets there. And so it's like, if I had the endurance and the hitting power, I'd be great at baseball. But I just did not have my priorities straight as a kid. Because they're like, think about your future, and I'm like, I'm bored now. Give me a reason to think about now, please. But my passions were all screwed up as a kid. I wish I had more. I don't know if it was me or if it was because I was on Adderall from like the age of 5. But yeah, that was me. But I was gonna say my favorite thing that happened in high school was because I was failing math. They were like, well, you've got all the math credits you need. Like, you're in pre-calculus, which is not really required. So, you got 2 options. You can either drop the class and have a study period, or you can be the TA. And a light bulb went up in my brain, because as a kid, the TA got to sit in the nice chair in the corner of the room and do whatever until the teacher asked them to do something, and usually it was just like, oh, turn the projector on, you know?
Yeah.
They never had to do much. And kid me was always mad that I didn't get to be the TA. And nowadays it's like, oh, the TA was probably either like a higher level student than I was, or they were actually hired for the job. But it's like, now I get to be the TA. So I took the TA option, and literally the first thing I did was walk into class, go over to the nice swivelly armchair, put my feet on the desk, and pull out my DS in front of everyone. And I remember hearing a friend of mine at the back of the class go, how come he gets to sit at the front now? I don't remember if I actually said it or if I thought it, but I remember the thought going through my head, because I'm better than you.
I'm better than you, you plebes.
Right? I was so proud of myself in that moment, even though I totally did not deserve it. I was just like, I've been waiting so long to do this. And I just played Pokemon for the entire class period.
That's great.
In front of everyone. It was great. So, yeah, I guess I know I keep going back to old subjects. This is a bad habit of mine. Back on Mega Man Network Transmission quick. That game is really fun and really good, albeit slightly repetitive. The bosses are... I guess it's a classic Mega Man thing for the bosses to have a very defined pattern. That, like, once you know the pattern, they're easy. It's exceptionally
Not always, but...
It's exceptionally the case with Network Transmission. Because did you say you haven't played it, or you've played a little bit?
I started it and I beat Flame Man right at the beginning, and that's about it. So I played it for like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. Fun fact: Flame Man, as well as other characters, but primarily Flame Man, taught me how hitboxes work. Because like you have to slide under his flames, but you have to time it right. And sometimes that timing means letting some of the flames lick your face before you actually slide, right? And that's how I discovered how hitboxes work in video games, is because that baffled me, but it's like, oh, I can kind of tell where the flames are too thick, and that tells me where they're going to damage me. And that taught me how to get the slide down, and ever since then, it's like, oh, I heard about hitboxes, and I'm like, oh, hey, I understand this because of this game. I'll give you a little hint. A big noob breaker of the game is boss number 2, Gutsman, because he has a lightning fast ground pound that hits the entire field.
So is that a serious skill check?
Yes, and that skill check is, you gotta, like, the second he raises his arms, you have to have the reflexes to jump and recognize that attack.
You gotta have precognition, essentially.
Yeah, and once you get that down, once you really get that down, then he's kind of a piece of cake. But it's just getting down that fast twitch reflex. That's the hard part. That one really pissed me off as a kid, but I eventually got it. And once I got it, I was so proud of myself because then I had it every time. And that's one of the few examples where it's like, I know I got better at the game from that. I can give you a hint about it. I think there's a stone chip that you can get by that point in the game that you can't attack him in stone mode, but it does make you briefly invulnerable, and so that's a good way to just kind of take a breather. Ah,
okay.
Later bosses kind of do something similar. Elecman is his case is easier to cheese. Elecman, when you shoot at him, he'll block it and then teleport behind you and zap you in the back with his finger. But the way to cheese it is shoot a bullet of some kind, hit him with something, and then immediately slide forward, which will dodge his teleport. And then you just stand up, turn around, and shoot him again, because when he's in zap mode for a second, and he's vulnerable for that second.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, Elecman is kind of hilarious to fight in that sense, because it's like, oh, he's also just as fast as Gutsman, if not faster, but it's you that gets to decide when he goes fast mode. There are other bosses in the game that are significantly harder and trickier to do. I don't remember how all of them work specifically. But yeah, those are two that, like, that's the trick, is you just gotta get that reflex down. I love that game up until you get to the Undernet, which is like, that's the Wily's castle of that game, is the Undernet.
Okay.
And I hate the Undernet.
I remember that in Battle
Network. Everything after the Undernet. I hate the Undernet and everything after the Undernet, because the Undernet is full of enemies with a shield type that, if I remember how it works right, you can only break the shield with attacks of a specific power level or higher. And you cannot reach that power level with the Mega Buster at all. Excuse me, if I recall.
Okay.
So you exclusively have to use battle chips to defeat them, but only certain battle chips are that strong. So you have to have those battle chips, and then you have to have enough of those battle chips.
That's reminding me, you're giving me PTSD with the base GS battle in the end game of Mega Man Battle Network 3, because I was just talking about it, I think last night. He has this aura that it's either 100 or 200 hit points, and which means you have to hit him with a single attack that does that much damage in order to drop the aura.
I think it's the same aura.
Then you can attack their health, and there's very few attacks in the game that even do enough damage to drop that aura. It took me forever to beat him. He was so difficult.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, actually. But yeah, and it's really annoying in that game, and it sucks. You can get through it. I've done it. I have finished the game. But boy howdy, I hate that section. After that, you have to fight a firewall, which I don't remember what the trick to it is. It's another pattern thing. It's just a really hard pattern to get down because it's kind of just throwing stuff at you while you're also on a moving floor, which is trying to push you into grinders.
I hate moving floors.
They suck. The firewall fight is really annoying. After that, you then have the classic boss rush, which I don't know what's up with Mega Man boss rushes. They feel easier than the original bosses, with the exception of one from the Game Boy Mega Man 4, which I'll get to later. But yeah, then you have the undernet, you have the firewall, you have the boss rush, and then you have, I think following that is the ultimate final boss, which is the revived life virus, if I recall. And fighting that thing sucks. And it's not because the pattern is hard. I don't know what was that was one of those cases where it's like, I have the pattern down. I have the pattern down pat. Why do I keep losing? And I could not figure out why I kept losing. But what he does is the life virus changes his element for each consecutive attack between the 4 available elements.
Okay.
And all of his attacks he covers like the entire right side of the field, and all of his attacks cover the left side of the field, so you just gotta get the dodging down. But the problem is, you're dealing with hitboxes. You're dealing with gaps in the hitboxes that are just slightly larger than you are. So like, he'll throw out ice spikes, and these spikes will have a gap just barely bigger than you between each of the spikes. So you gotta move into a spot between the spikes. And then he'll throw essentially Flame Man's flamethrower, and you gotta slide under it. But you gotta be on the left side, or you'll slide right into the virus himself. It's a bit of a mess, and you get a moment between each of these attacks to launch an attack at the virus. And that's about it, if I recall. The problem is, for some gosh dang reason, he always managed to kill me before I got him down to 0. And I could never figure out why. I could never figure out how he kept managing to land just enough hits on me to kill me that fast. The only time I beat the life virus, I did the most tedious thing I've ever done in a video game, and it was change my armor type between every single attack the boss made. So that if I took a hit, I took half damage. And that was how I won. And it took so long because, oh my gosh, you go through 2 menus to do that every time. Because you didn't get far enough to do the armor switching, did you?
No, not yet.
The armor, because like you're not expected to change your armor on the fly in that game. That's not normally a thing you do.
It's more so you do it between battles, right?
Well, it's between zones. It's like, oh, I'm gonna fight Iceman, so I'm gonna put on my ice armor before I go into the entire level. You know?
Okay.
And so you have to open up the PET and then go into the Mega Man menu to change his armor. And then you have to back out of the Mega Man menu and then back out of the PET. Which is not that much, unless you're doing it over and over and over and over.
Every
And
couple
it's like,
seconds between attacks.
yeah, you're not supposed to do that. So that.
Hey, it works.
It worked, but oh my gosh, it was so annoying. And so now every time I play that game, I love that game to death, but I play to the undernet and then call it good. I will say, though, there is a pretty neat bonus fight. After you beat the life virus, I think you have to beat the life virus and then maybe collect every battle chip in the game. I don't remember if you have to do that or if that was just an extra challenge I put on myself. But once you've beaten the game once, there's a certain part of the internet that you can go to, thankfully not the undernet, where there's a teleporter way high up that you have to kind of know it's there and then just do a whole bunch of double jumps to get up there. And then you go into it and you get into a fight with Base. It's a secret battle that you can do.
I was just looking at the achievements, and there was a fight, a missable achievement for defeating Base.
Yeah, and it's I don't know about missable because it is a post game thing, and then it's just you can fight him. I think you can fight him as many times as you want. I don't know if it's just a save before the fight thing, but
yeah, it was flagged as missable, so I don't know if that
it might better just be save before the fight. Like classic Pokemon legendary fights. But yeah, you fight Base. And it's one of those cool cases where you can't actually defeat Base. And I didn't know this when I fought him. I've had to make several attempts. He's really hard to fight. Because once again, the guy's basically a bullet hell boss. But it's one of those cases where you win the fight by dragging his HP down halfway or something like that.
Okay.
And I just thought that was really neat because it's like, oh, at this point in the story of Mega Man NT Warrior, he physically cannot beat Base. So in the boss fight, you literally just have to fight him hard enough that he acknowledges your talent. And I thought that was really neat. But yeah, that game is great until the undernet, and then it's just a slog.
Okay.
So I will not blame you for quitting once you reach the undernet.
I won't. When I get around to playing it, I don't know if I'm going to get the completion of all the achievements, but I am definitely going to get the story completion. One thing I didn't know until I was just looking at the achievements a few minutes ago, it also has the Metroidvania genre tag. Do you think that's accurate?
I think that's decently accurate, yeah. It's because it does have, like, the... Yeah, I would say it works, because the zones are technically interconnected. There's a lot of, like, which zone do you want to go to on, like, the overworld map, but then over time you can find connections between the zones until I think you can go between all of them through the internet. So I would count
you need
it as
certain abilities to reach those areas?
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Okay. So it sounds like it might be a low fit for...
Because, like, for example, like, Flame Man, like, that whole zone is on fire, right? But then once you defeat Flame Man, it's not on fire anymore, and that gives you access to new zones.
Okay.
But there are some areas where that's not the case. Maybe you need a new ability, maybe you just found it early. Because it does open up later, where it's like, oh, there's 3 bosses to go after. Which one do you want to go after, you know?
Okay.
But, there's also the whole battle chip collection thing, where you earn battle chips through defeating enemies. They just randomly drop. Some enemies are rarer than others. Some of them are harder to get the battle chip than others. There's an exceptionally rare one from Rush, the dog. You only find him in one place in the game, and you essentially have to play whack-a-mole with him, and it gets really fast. But... boy howdy, is that the best temporary invulnerability battle chip in the game. That one will really... If you really want to tackle the final boss, which I imagine you do, getting that Rush battle chip will be a big help.
Okay.
As far as survivability goes.
There is an achievement for getting all the battle chips, so I would definitely plan for getting that one.
There's another thing I can tell you about it that I almost forgot about. The EXE version of Zero is in the game.
What? Oh, is that because is that different from like the regular version of Zero, or are you just talking about like Zero from Mega Man X?
Zero from Mega Man X is also Zero from Mega Man Zero. It's technically the same timeline as Mega Man X. It's just like Zero's case. Zero's games take place like potentially 100+ years in the future. I don't know exactly how long.
Right.
But Mega Man EXE is an entirely different timeline where Dr. Light became an internet specialist instead of a roboticist.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And Lan is actually Dr. Light's grandson.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And so Zero is in the EXE timeline, but he is the progenitor of the Zero virus unintentionally.
Okay.
Which I think that's kind of like how it was in X, where it's revealed that he's actually the progenitor of the Maverick virus or something.
Well, there was a Zero virus in Mega Man. It was either X5 or X6. I forget which one.
Oh, we don't talk about those ones.
X5 is, I think, is overly hated. I think it's a perfectly acceptable Mega Man game. It was. I thought the same thing about X6 until I played it again last year. I have a lot of problems with X6.
Yeah, that's one of those games where you were blind to the problems originally.
It's still a lot better than X7. That one that one was trash from the first time I played it. I thought X6 was okay the first time, and then when I played it again this year for the first time since like 2018, I was like, yeah, the X6 is not good. I've
seen reviews of them, and yeah, they look pretty bad. Command Mission looks interesting. It's a little bit of a bummer they didn't pursue that one.
Yeah, it's turn-based RPG, so I never really had any interest in it.
I can understand that. Turn-based doesn't interest me as much nowadays, but tactical turn-based I still have quite an interest in, because you get the you get the added benefit of or the added gameplay intrigue of like location being important, and I think that's really neat.
I mentioned X7 and dude says burn it to the ground. Yes, burn X7 to the ground.
I will also give points to the Mario RPG games because I love their active battle system. Okay. Active turn-based battle systems are really fun. But like Pokemon style, give an attack and then wait, that's not as fun to me these days.
Yeah, I have not played... I've watched through most of Mario RPG back in the day. I never actually... I played it a little bit myself, but I never like borrowed it or owned it or anything, so I never played through it in its entirety. But given that I don't like turn-based RPGs, I did really enjoy the South Park RPG games. And
that one looked so funny, man.
They had a very similar combat style to Mario RPG.
I probably would have played the heck out of those if not for the fact that I think my family would sue me if I got those games.
Yeah, I never even saw South Park for the first time until probably about 10 years ago. Now I've seen... Let's see, there's like 26 seasons. I've probably seen about like 16 of them. So I've seen a good chunk of it.
I have a funny experience with that. Because growing up, my parents wouldn't let me watch stuff like that, and that makes perfect sense. Because, like, you would not let a 12-year-old watch... you would not let an 8 to 12-year-old watch South Park,
You shouldn't, for sure.
You shouldn't. So... And, like, especially people in my church were like, yeah, no, don't watch that. So when I moved, because, like, I live in Utah now. Mormons everywhere.
Okay, yeah.
So
It's funny because here, Matt and Trey were Mormon.
Yeah, they were, and I know about that. The possibly a little known fact about me, I am a Mormon.
Okay.
So when I moved out here and, like, integrated into the Boy Scouts out here, because I was in the Boy Scout troop, and, like, all of my fellow Boy Scouts at the age of 14 were like, yo, did you see South Park the other day? I was like, freaking excuse me?
So you're allowed to watch
that?
They're like, no, but we do it anyways.
Well, they were like, yeah, what's the problem with it? I'm like, what isn't the problem with it? Because, like, I kind of knew about it at that point, and I was like, are you serious? It blew my mind.
Lowest Expectations is saying that active turn-based is fun sometimes. Expedition 33 is going to have that, and that's his most wanted game for 2025. Yeah, I think that's Claire Obscura, I think. Look, I like the aesthetics of the game. It looks very nice. Oh, and dude's heading out. Good night, dude. Have a good good night, and I will see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door and Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga are fantastic games with turn-based combat because their active battle system is really fun, and they add stuff to the active battle that actually makes it challenging. I don't know if you've seen my Thousand Year Door streams, but that has it has what's called stylish moves.
It's my fidget cube, Paul.
Stylish moves are hidden commands you can put in while you're performing an attack that will cause your character to like do a flip or something, and that nets you extra star power so like that's a good way to like enhance your ability to fight. Is like, oh, I get more star power from figuring out these extra inputs, and that means I can use more star attacks. And then in the Mario and Luigi games, they instead have brother attacks, or whatever they're called. They might change the name between the games, where they have special inputs to succeed the attack, just like any other active battle system. But then, at least in Superstar Saga, which is the one I'm most familiar with, it tells you when to put in the commands, but you can adjust the difficulty of performing the attack to not slow down, to not tell you the commands, and then to do none of those things and just have you rely on memory and timing alone. And the higher the difficulty, I think the more damage you deal.
Okay.
And so that was really fun to me. And then there were also... That one also had alternative commands you could put in that you had to learn that would change how the attack worked. And so it's like, okay, these might be turn-based games, but this is some really good turn-based action. But you have to kind of... There's some skill to it. You don't just figure out what move works and then tell it to do the thing. You actually have to... You have to learn the commands and the timing of the commands. And then if you want to improve your ability to fight the bigger guys, you have to learn extra timing for hidden commands. It's like, that's really fun. I really love stuff like that. Yeah. If Pokemon did it, I'd play more Pokemon.
That would definitely be a at least a slight +1 to Pokemon if they had something like that. I'm just not a big fan of. So creative, and
they're not being very creative in how they get creative.
Yeah, I just don't care for turn-based combat. I much prefer active, skill-based combat.
Yeah, and that's the thing is the active turn-based combat, like what the Mario RPG games have. That kind of stuff adds a skill level to turn-based combat, and that makes it really fun. And then for tactical combat, like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which I love and plan to stream someday.
Oh, remember last time when we were playing Overwatch, you were talking about Final Fantasy Tactics Advance like the whole time.
I do remember that, actually. I think I do.
It was funny. We're playing Overwatch, you were talking about Final Fantasy the whole time.
Wasn't it Marvel Rivals? I don't remember streaming Overwatch.
No, did I say Overwatch? I meant Overcooked.
Overcooked. Yeah, okay, I do remember that, actually.
When we were playing Overcooked, you were talking about Final Fantasy the whole time.
Yeah, that game has that kind of style of combat adds skill to it because you got to deal with positioning.
Yeah, I've never actually played Overwatch, so I don't know why I said that.
Yeah. Man, Overwatch used to be so good. I miss good Overwatch.
The closest thing I've played is
Overwatch. Let's put it that way.
The closest thing to Overwatch I played was the one community night I played Marvel Rivals with Melee Games.
Marvel Rivals is very close to Overwatch, and I like Marvel Rivals. I really do.
Yeah, it's been kicking butt.
It makes me miss Overwatch. I do think Overwatch used to be better than what Marvel. A way a friend of mine put it is, Overwatch was better than Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is better than Overwatch is.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard that review from people who've played it. It's like, that is very accurate. I've never played Overwatch, so I wouldn't know.
The one difference is Overwatch was still more team-centric than Marvel Rivals is. Because any achievements you could get in Overwatch, I don't even remember if you could get any, but any ones you could get, you had to work with a team to get them.
Oh, okay.
It was never a case of like there were cases where it's like, oh, get 5 kills, but a lot of the times it would be like, help this character get 5 kills or something like that,
Okay.
And
I never, like I said, I never played Overwatch, but it is guilty of like one of the #1 achievement, like cardinal sins. It had seasonal achievements that you could only get for a certain period of time.
I don't think original Overwatch did. I wouldn't be surprised if Overwatch 2 does.
I haven't looked at it in a long time ago, but I just remember it had, when I looked at it years ago, it had a bunch of discontinued achievements because it was like, get this I don't remember what it was, but it was like, achieve this in this seasonal event. I'm like, how is that not against the terms of service?
Classic Overwatch didn't have seasons at all. It had seasonal events, but they would bring them back each year. And gosh, I miss classic Overwatch, man. Marvel Rivals is great, but sometimes it just makes me miss classic Overwatch. And the only reason people miss it is because they frickin' updated it instead of just releasing a new game.
Yeah, that is terrible too.
I can't believe they did that twice.
You know what? It was classic Overwatch because I just pulled up the achievements, and obviously Overwatch doesn't exist anymore. There's only Overwatch 2. That's another cardinal sin, is don't replace an existing game. Like, release it as a new game, so if someone wants to play the old one, they can. Don't get rid of the original game. But there are no discontinued achievements, which means that it was in Classic and it's not in 2, so you can get all the achievements now. At least on Xbox.
Yeah, it blows my mind that Activision replaced a game twice. It did it with Overwatch.
And then Warcraft 3 Reforged.
Yeah, Warcraft 3 Reforged.
And they absolutely
I don't care about
butchered
Warcraft,
it.
but I heard about that.
Yeah, same here.
And I was like, I don't even care about Warcraft, and I still think that's unacceptable.
Yeah, I've never played Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft for a day. I never played any of the actual Warcraft games, and what they did to Warcraft 3 even upsets me, even though I never even played it. Like, that is just like
that
cardinal sin
that,
#1.
It's like Overwatch was the only Blizzard property I cared about, and
Lowest expectation says F Blizzard.
Yeah, when I heard about the Warcraft thing, I was like, oh, Blizzard's gone. Even though I didn't play their games other than Overwatch, I had high respect for Blizzard because of how they kept doing everything right. And then they paired with Activision, and it was just a straight nosedive from there. But, yeah, I can't believe they did that twice. Not only because it's stupid for the fans, but because it's stupid for marketing. It's like, if you guys really want money that badly, why are you giving people less incentive to buy your games? By not only replacing the game they want to play with a game they don't want to play, but that's the same problem twice. Because you're locking out a game that they actively want to buy while giving them a reason to want to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like shooting yourself in both feet.
Yeah, it's like, oh hey, if you like Overwatch 2, you might like Overwatch 1, but oh wait, you can't play Overwatch 1 anymore because it's now Overwatch 2. But if you don't like Overwatch 2, you can't play Overwatch 1 because it's now Overwatch 2.
If you liked Overwatch 1, well, go F yourself because you can't.
And it's like, whatever guy came up with that idea, I want to meet him and learn the logic behind it. Partially so that I can just freaking understand but also partially just so that can be the first person that I feel confidently going up to their face and saying, "You're stupid.
You are a freaking idiot."
You are stupid."
I'm sure. I hope that they figured that out by now. But people who are really that stupid usually don't figure out that they're stupid.
And that's it's like, I really try to be a nice person. I'm not always great at it because frickin' Asperger's syndrome. But gosh dang it, man. That is one person that I can just be like, yeah, that's stupid. You're stupid. You're an idiot. What is wrong with you? And how much effort did you put into getting people to buy that as a good idea?
Yeah, lowest expectations. You are made of stupid.
Yes, I was thinking of that meme just a second ago.
Oh,
it reminds me of the guy that came up with leaded fuel. Supposedly, like, people, from what I heard, people were not buying into leaded fuel.
Wait,
they were like,
there's such thing? Like, I know of unleaded fuel. I've never heard of leaded fuel before.
Yeah, that used to be a thing, and that's why it's all unleaded fuel now.
I did not know that. I've never heard of that before.
I think the case was it supposedly improved fuel efficiency somehow or something. I don't remember what the argument was specifically, but it was really popular for a while. But it was a case of a guy came up with the concept of leaded fuel to solve this problem that they were having, and people weren't buying it. They were like, "Oh, isn't this like toxic and harmful?" And he decided to sell it to the populace by drinking the fuel and being like, "Look, I'm fine." And of course, he was not fine. He died of problems that came about from that.
Oh my
But
goodness.
doing that on a frickin' stage convinced people to buy into leaded fuel, and so leaded fuel became a thing. And it's like,
it doesn't exist anymore, though, so...
It doesn't, because they realized this is a huge problem for the environment. Like, a massive
How long did that
problem for the
last? Because I
environment.
didn't even know leaded fuel existed until now.
I don't know, like 20 years?
Wow.
I don't even remember all the details. You can look up the history on this.
Alright.
Because this was like, I think I found it on like infographics or whatever. I don't remember where I learned about it specifically. But I just remember thinking, like, at what point do you realize you let your desperation turn into pure evil? Because it's like, it's not even a case of like, oh, great marketing strategy. That was stupid.
Yeah.
I guess that guy, as far as I know, I think that guy was already successful. You didn't need to do that to sell everyone on something that you knew. Like, there's no question. You knew it was bad for you. Everybody knew it was bad for you.
Yeah, I have a hard
And
time
you
having
dove
sympathy
head
for
first in anyway.
for people who inflict their own pain.
To sell something that is actively harmful to everybody.
Yeah.
It's like...
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, it's the same concept. It's like... I don't care how much corporate speak you pull on me trying to sell me on the idea of replacing the game. It does not take a mathematician or a corporate genius to tell you that's a bad idea. And it doesn't matter how much you try to sell that or convince people it's a good idea. Everybody knows it's not a good idea for them or for you. It's so pointless. It's worse than pointless. It is actively harmful for everybody, and I don't get why that was the decision you made.
Yeah.
You might as well get in a car and say, I'm going to drive into my house today because it's funny. It doesn't make any sense. Gosh, sorry for the rant. Activision makes me so mad.
No worries. So, well, bummer. Over the course of this stream, I've lost 2 subs, so that's awesome.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry.
No. So, well, I am hungry because I have not had dinner yet, and I need to go run to the store before they close. So, I'm going to go ahead and...
I've got to go to bed in like an hour, so good place to call it, I guess.
Yeah, so... Great. I'm glad you were able to join me and we were able to have a great chat for an impromptu open mic. But if you ever want to come on a Thursday night and just talk some more about video games, let me know. You're definitely welcome. As is anyone who, that's what open mic is about, is just talking about video games. If anyone wants to come on and talk video games, let me know. We'll make it happen. But yeah.
I will admit, I'm a natural loner. I'm more likely to show up if you actively invite me.
All right.
But,
well,
I can't do this Thursday, though. I can say that much.
That's okay, because I already have someone for this Thursday. I think I'm going to have to cancel open mic for next week, but I should be fine for open mic the following week, which would be January 30th. So if you want to come on and talk video games on the 30th, you're definitely welcome.
We'll see. I just remembered I did not try my Neo Geo thing. I'm going to do that real quick and let you know what the result is on that.
Okay. While you're doing that, lowest expectations. It's Mass Effect's fault that I lost 2 subs. But yeah, Paul says, still 250, which is funny because I was at 249 and I woke up yesterday and all of a sudden I was at 252. I gained 3 subs out of nowhere. I was like, okay, that's weird. And then over the course of the stream I lost 2 more, so I'm back to 250.
Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be 2 seconds.
Alright, so but yeah, since you guys are still here, a couple things that so as I mentioned at the beginning, you guys probably weren't here right when I opened the stream, but I've been doing a lot of cleaning around the house, getting rid of a bunch of trash. And I finally found some of the things I was looking for. I finally found my Master Chief helmet for my Halo 3 Legendary Edition, so I found that this afternoon. So I was like, yes, I can finally put it out. And I found my N64 cases for Perfect Dark and for GoldenEye. So I was like, I'm putting those out as well. So, Paul says it was Tomby. Tomby showed off my channel. Okay, well, I'll have to hit him up. I've been meaning to connect with him for over a year now, and I really need to do that because I need to chat with him. So shout out to Tomby. Oh, and if there's anyone here who hasn't, that is the link to Winter Prince's Twitch channel. He streams over on Twitch, so go give him a follow on Twitch because he's a good dude. But yeah, and then while I was out there, I also found the only 2 comic books I ever had as a kid, and I didn't know they're both Star Wars ones. This first one here is a Shadows of the Empire comic book. I never even knew that I had, and I was like, I didn't even know that I had this. But the one that I remembered, but I couldn't remember anything about, was a Star Wars X-Wing Rogue Squadron comic. I remember this one. But I was wanting to get into comic books. I just never did. But I found these today while I was going through crap, throwing stuff away. So I'll have to, not that these have any connection to each other. And this one is 4 of 4, so I'm missing the first 3. And this one, The Shadows of the Empire, is 4 of 5, so I'm missing 1, 2, 3, and 5. So there's 2 random comic books that I ended up with. But I was like, sweet, I found them after 30 years.
I'm back. I think I have Dark Empire. Is that
no,
the one that's supposed to be...
That's not... This isn't Dark Empire. It's Shadows of the Empire. Oh,
Shadows of the Empire, my bad.
You're probably not seeing my stream anyways, but yeah. I want to get Dark Empire at some point, just because it's a kind of a rare collector's item at this point.
I can't remember which one is the one that... Because I can't seem to find mine. It might be in storage somewhere. Which one is the one that has... It's after the... It's after the original trilogy.
Yeah,
it's
Dark Empire is Luke basically pretends to fall to the dark side in order to get close to the clone emperor so that he can kill him.
Yes, that's the one that I have.
But then he eventually actually starts falling to the dark side, and I think it's Han goes and saves him. But yeah, that's Dark
Han
Empire.
And Leia together, if I recall, because they were married in that one.
That could be. It's been a long time since I read it. But yes, that is Dark Empire.
Fun fact, I predicted the sequels because of that.
It's not terribly hard to do since they seem to just take everything they can from the EU. They're like, we don't want the EU because we want to be able to do our own thing, and then they just take everything the EU did and then they just make it way worse. They just destroy everything the EU did.
Dark
That was
Empire
great.
was much more interesting.
It's like, let's rip off the EU at every turn, even though we wanted to get rid of it. It's like, why are you ripping off the EU then? You wanted your freedom to do what you want, so, make up new stuff. Like, no, we're just going to rip off the EU. Pisses me off. I hate Disney.
I hate what Disney's become. I used to love Disney. I hate what it's become. George Lucas, please buy Star Wars back.
Yeah.
Even George Lucas has stated selling Star Wars to Disney was a dream of his, and now he regrets it.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is the point where you screwed up, is when selling something to you was a dream, and you broke that dream after they achieved it. You've fallen too far.
Another thing that I know, $4 billion is still a lot of money, but he should have gotten way more than $4 billion for Star Wars.
Probably.
Disney bought Marvel for $8 billion, and Star Wars is way bigger than Marvel.
I mean, maybe not.
When he sold it.
Maybe. Marvel is like the top comic book creator. It's a different medium, but they might have been on equal footing in their own individual mediums, is the thing.
I mean, like, Star Wars is so much more a household name. Like, a lot of normies know Star Wars, but if you ask them, like, normies wouldn't probably be able to tell you the difference between which characters are Marvel, which ones are DC.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I remember I think it was episode 8 came out, and I was like, oh, so Snoke didn't come back. There's no real reference to him. I wonder if they're going the route. I remember thinking, I wonder if they're going the route of Palpatine clones, and Snoke was just a faulty clone.
Yeah, and then they had no plan whatsoever for the sequel for the Disney trilogy. They're just like, do whatever, we don't really care.
Yeah, at least Luke had a reason to run away in Dark Empire, and it's that he was feigning dark side temptations.
Yeah. So,
but
Paul.
Anyway, Neo Geo update.
Oh,
the batteries are corroded.
Oh,
it won't turn on.
Bummer.
I'll have to clean out the corrosion one of these days.
So, did it run off like AA's? It didn't have a built-in battery.
It ran on AA's, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I remember it having a backlit, having a lit screen though.
Okay. Well, thanks for checking.
Yep.
So,
actually, I wonder if you can hear the clicky stick on my microphone.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear that at all?
No, not hearing anything.
Okay, I think my microphone has automatic background noise canceling, so it's probably not going to pick it up.
Oh, gotcha. So, all right.
It moves. It technically tilts very, very small amount. It moves very smoothly, but then it clicks each time it hits a new direction.
If you're doing it while you're talking, I could hear it. I heard clicking while you were talking.
Is that working?
That time, I only heard your voice, but yeah. So, Paul, since you said that Tomby showed off my channel, if you could link me to that stream, I'd appreciate it. If you happen to remember which one it was, so I can go give him a thanks. So,
are you not hearing the clicking when I'm doing this?
No.
That's weird because OBS is picking it up. Alrighty.
So
that's enough delays.
Well, great hanging out with you. Sorry that Mass Effect didn't really happen, but I had a great time just chatting with you. So thanks for showing up and having a great chat.
I'm glad to be here. I'm perfectly open to trying out another game, maybe on Friday or something. We'll see.
Fridays rarely work for me, but obviously you're always welcome to do whatever. But maybe we'll.
One of these days,
I do Mass Effect Monday once a month, so maybe between now and next month, if you're able to join, maybe we can try figuring some things out behind the scenes to see if we can get it to work, so we don't run into troubles when we are on stream. So.
And if we can't get it to work, find something else.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to play anything else on your channel, like we did with Overwatch, let me know. And Overwatch, I did it again. Overcooked. Let me know, and we can get that scheduled. So,
yeah, for sure.
Cool.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, Paul dropped a link. Yeah, I've got the link to his channel. I was just wondering if Paul, if you know what stream it was. Oh, he just DM'd me. There you go. He DM'd it to me. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. I was gonna say you can DM me that stream. So, all right. Well, Winter Prince, great hanging out with you tonight. And you have a good one. And I will talk to you later.
Yeah. Mind if I do a real quick plug?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I did drop the link to your channel, your Twitch channel, when you were going, you went and got your Neo Geo. But yeah, go ahead and give yourself a plug. Sorry, I totally spaced on me. Go ahead and plug yourself.
I've kind of already talked about it throughout this chatter, but I currently do Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door on Sundays. I wasn't able to do it last night just because I got distracted and wasn't able to start until way too late. And then I'm also trying to remember / get the motivation to get back into Hollow Knight. I just finished Pseudo Regalia recently.
Okay.
So there's that. And I have officially collected everything in that game, which that's one of the things I like about it, is that's the first game, I think, since F-Zero GX 15 years ago, where I actively pursued collecting everything and succeeded.
Nice.
Because it's not a freaking massive game like so many games these days.
Yeah, I looked at the how long to beat, and it didn't look like a terribly long game.
Not counting Metroid and all those other classics of that genre. I will say that. That's the first game I've played in a long time that didn't already have an established collection system, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. What else am I thinking of? I'm thinking of starting a Metroid series this year of my own.
Okay, nice.
To celebrate Prime 4, because I have waited so long for that.
Yep, same here. Since we don't have a release date yet, I'm hoping that I get through all the Prime games on Metroidvania Monday before Prime 4 comes out. I
don't know if I will stream the Prime games, because I don't know if I'll be able to stream Prime 3 specifically, and that's the big finale, technically. But, and then who knows if I'll be able to stream Prime 4. But I did get Dread working on a Switch emulator, so I can play the 1 through 5 main story
on
games.
The 2D ones, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was looking into that, but I'm like, I'm not going to bother with all that stuff, so I just got a little cheap capture card for my Switch, so I can just play it off of my Switch. Oh!
Yeah, I don't know how capture cards work, and my room is cramped. I don't need more wires. So I was like, screw it, I'll just get an emulator and figure that out. And I figured it out, and I got it working, and I played it with a Switch controller, too, so...
Well, right here at the last minute, Paul just dropped a $2 tip saying, great show, bud. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. And I will put that into my notes for whenever I do my next gaming roulette stream. So I appreciate
I need to set
it.
up a tip system.
And he said that he followed you over on Twitch, so you should have Paul as a new follower.
Oh, well, shoot. Thank you, Paul. Oh, yeah, I see it here, Paul Hadoken.
He's a good dude.
Cool. I look forward to having him in my own streams.
So,
thank
you for that, Paul.
I usually stream pretty late at night, if that wasn't already obvious.
Well, he is a night owl. He drives Uber and Lyft and stuff, and he does it usually very late at night. So when we're streaming late at night, he'll often have it on and just listen to us while we're gaming or doing a stream or a panel stream or whatever. So he's usually always on at late times. He's in Central Time Zone, so he's 2 hours ahead of me. So.
Nice. Well, that's cool. That works out then. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I just can't put my finger on it. Oh yeah. You'll find over on my Twitch, I also have a Discord where I do stream announcements, and then Or just chatter if people like to talk with me, which is fairly rare, but
That's
biggie.
Paul says I heard Deep Rock. Yes, Paul Winter Prince is a Deep Rock Galactic player. Paul loves Deep Rock, so maybe you guys could connect and play some Deep Rock.
Maybe. I don't play it all that often these days, but I'm perfectly willing to now and then. And then I also have a YouTube channel where I have uploaded previous streams that I have done, as well as the occasional non-stream video or game clip. And in fact, I just started. I finally got Warframe to record correctly. Maybe it'll stream now. It actually ran really well when I recorded a video for it yesterday. So
My buddy over on Rumble, Dude1286, who he took off a little while ago, but he loves Warframe.
I used to like Warframe more than I still have a high respect for Warframe, I'll say that much. I'm just kind of burned out on that whole game genre in general these days.
Okay.
But I do go back to Warframe whenever new content is released, just because their new content tends to be really cool or like somehow expands on the gameplay. And they just released Warframe 1999, the start of that storyline. So I played that yesterday, and I didn't stream it, I just recorded it. I haven't uploaded that yet. I was going to do that today and forgot. Because I need to do an edit or two to it. But, yeah, that was really cool and really fun. And, so yeah, you'll find... I have another Warframe recording I did a while ago that was a little bit jankier. Maybe I'll finally get it to stream properly. Maybe it's just the in-game settings are messing with streaming somehow. But, yeah, I had a pretty successful recording yesterday, so keep an eye out on my YouTube channel. Twitch is the Winter Prince 52. YouTube is just the Winter Prince. The icon is the same, though.
Okay. Yeah, I did not know you had a YouTube, so...
Oh, yeah. I thought I've mentioned it to you before. So yeah, if you want to see my Pseudo Regalia playthrough in full, you can go to my YouTube and find it there.
Alright. Well,
Same for Paper Mario and all the other stuff. I think the only stream I did where I don't have every single video on my YouTube was Cave Story. I think I'm missing the first video because I believe the file did... I believe something happened with the stream record. I think I forgot to hit record on that one. And then I didn't get around to uploading those streams and getting all caught up on the uploads until after that one had been deleted from my Twitch. So I'm missing episode 1 of Cave Story on my YouTube channel. But other than that, I think every stream I've ever done can be found on there.
Okay. Well, I found it there, and I dropped it in chat, and I'm putting it in the stream description as well.
All right. Sorry for the super long plug.
No
didn't
worries.
Mean to go that long.
So, well, it was great hanging out with you. You have a good night, and I will talk to you later.
All right. You as well.
All right. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and wrap it up because I am kind of hungry because I need to eat dinner. And I still got to go run to the store real quick before they close at midnight. So I got I still got like an hour left, but I need to go get a couple things. So thanks for hanging out, everyone, despite all of the technical difficulties. And there was very little Mass Effect playing, and there was much crashing and not playing with anyone else. So sorry about that, but glad you guys are here to hang out and toughed it out and turned out to have a great fun impromptu open mic discussion with Winter Prince tonight. So we will see you all tomorrow night. Jason and I will be back with the first top 5 of 2025. God, that still sounds so weird to say. And it's just going to be the two of us, and we're going to be going over our favorite moments of top 5 from 2024. And then I will be continuing Dude Souls on Wednesday. Yep, that's my doggy. That's Gizmo. So we'll be continuing Dude Souls on Wednesday. We're very close to the end. I might beat the story. We shall see. And then Thursday will be the first open mic of 2025 with Nerd Slap. And as I mentioned, we've been working on something, so I've got some exciting stuff to debut on that stream. And there's a specific reason why I wanted him to be on the first open mic of the year. So we'll go ahead and call it there tonight. So you all have a good night. Paul, if you're out there driving, drive safe. We'll see you all later. And again, thank you for the tip and the support. As always, you rock, Paul. You guys all have a good night. We'll see you all later. And in the meantime, as always, game on.